Breaking news, breaking news. Continuous coverage. Nancy Guthrie, where is she? JLR investigates. Boots on the ground out front of Nancy Guthrie's home. We're back, folks. Continuing to give you all continuous coverage of the situation. There is still a massive media presence out here. No new news overnight since we last broadcasted out here. But I was sleuthing around this morning, and I'll share a little bit about some locations that I personally went to that piques my interest. Come on in, folks. I don't know what today is going to bring. I don't know what's going to happen today, but a lot of people are telling me to go live, plant the camera, talk about the case, and that's what we are going to do today. I was up bright and early. I posted on the X account at JLR Investigates. I was over there at Annie and Tommaso's home this morning. Not much activity there at all, just besides a few media outlets out there. So I'm gonna give me a second here. I'm just gonna distribute this feed out to different platforms to bring public awareness, and we will continue the conversation. The manhunt continues for the suspect and/or suspects involved here in the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. It's been over 2 weeks now. 2 weeks since this terrible mystery happened. Who did it? Who's involved? What's going to happen today? I'm going to talk a little bit about this guy that Pima County had as a person of interest. The Range Rover guy that got detained down there at the Culvers the other night. He has since been released. We're going to share some stuff about him. I don't know. Is the case getting cold? That might be the topic of today's conversation. Is the case getting cold? Is the case getting cold? All right, we're here. I see a lot of people care because within 2 minutes, we have over 5,000 people watching. Within 2 minutes of going live, we are already going strong. So, folks, I don't know what today's going to bring, right? I don't know what's going to happen today. I don't know what what we could get. Overnight, we haven't heard really any new developments other than them out there just $100,000 reward, them out there, searching on leads, going through the tips, the thousands and mountains of tips that they have. The person of interest is interesting. The guy at the Culvers, his name is Zach, or he goes by Zach, and I went down to his apartment complex this morning. Now, one thing I found very, very interesting about this guy, and I'm going to show you his photo. Let me give you his photo here. Hold on. I'll get up his photo and show you. I actually put the tweet out. It is him. This is the guy. Everything matches the guy that they had. But Pima County was calling him their person of interest. I'm going to get one single photo of him. He's identified as a guy named Zach. And, well, that's his middle name, Zach. Goes by Zach. It's Zadion Jaghob. Zadion Jaghob. Zadion. This guy right here. So he's a Tucson resident, and he's the one that was driving the Range Rover. He was picked up. You could kind of see him right there. He's the one that was down there when they pulled him over at the Culvers, right? I believe it's related to the house that was around the corner, right? 2 miles away. That individual has been identified too. At least the one person that lives in that house. We'll talk about him shortly too. Don't really necessarily have a photo on him that is verified. But this guy right here, it goes by Zach, drives the Range Rover. Now, what I find interesting about this guy right here is he lives down on Campbell. Campbell's the road, going out of here. It's Campbell's the road where the glove was found on the side of the road. Campbell is where we went down to Campbell and River Road, and we did a live stream there. Well, he lives in an apartment complex on Campbell, a little bit away from where we went to the park down there at that bridge, the Bat Bridge. It does kind of look like the guy. It does. I mean, it just, he does. But he got let go. So I don't know what's going to come out of this, but I'm just showing you that this was the guy that was detained. And it's coming out. Fox News is reporting now, and it came out after we finished the live yesterday, that they had him as a person of interest. And I'll read the article to show you case in point. But he lives on Campbell, an apartment complex right by the Bat Bridge, where we went down to a little bit. He lives into Tucson. I'm not going to share the actual address, but what I'll share is I went down there this morning. He lives in like a gated apartment complex. I was looking for the Range Rover for his address. I didn't see the Range Rover there, so I don't know where the Range Rover is, unless he doesn't live at that apartment complex anymore, but he has a lot of things registered to that apartment complex. Maybe they gave him this Range Rover back. Maybe they didn't. We don't know. Probably took his DNA. Probably have to analyze, if the DNA matches the unknown DNA that has been found in this house behind me right there, Nancy's home. Because as we heard from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, they shared that DNA was found inside Nancy's home, not Nancy's DNA, someone else's DNA. Don't know. I don't know if that will be, who else has access. Could be many people. They'll have to go through each one and say who had access in the house, who didn't, that should have been there, and whose DNA is in there that shouldn't have been in there or never been in there prior. So, but it could be the perp could be somebody that's DNA is in there prior, because the perp been in the house prior, because it's a known person to Nancy. So a lot of unknowns about that with that situation. So here we are. Here we are in front of Nancy's home. We got a sheriff parked over there on the left side, and but that guy that got I'm going to share a little bit about the story about he being labeled, according to Fox News, as a person of interest, the Zach guy. And I'm going to get this article out and show you, but it is interesting. Person of interest, named as a person of interest. Person of interest in their eyes, but doesn't feel like they'll let the guy go. I don't know if he's still a person of interest. Get the article out here if I can find it. Here's coming from Fox Phoenix. Case in point, Fox Phoenix, about that guy right there with the vehicle there when they had him in there.
Still no word.
So it says, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos confirms to Fox 10 Phoenix the man seen in this video, who owns a gray Range Rover SUV, was also his department's person of interest in Nancy Guthrie's abduction. He cooperated with investigators before being released. So the question is he still a person of interest, or is he, like Sheriff Nanos kind of say, well, we haven't officially cleared everyone. It's this guy right here. This is the guy. 100%, this is the guy. And he lives down the street from here on Campbell, in an apartment complex. Now, he also has other addresses, and I'm not going to say his address offhand. Y'all can do your own sleuthing. And is he involved in this case? Why would he be a person of interest? Well, very first thing is, when you look at him, the mustache, their proximity to this location, maybe that's the reason why they have this guy as a person of interest. Or maybe there's other information that we do not know. Only he will be able to share if he ever comes out of the, woodwork. His name is Zach. Well, he goes by Zach. His name is Zudian. Z-A-I-D-O-U-N. Zach Jaghoub. J-A-G-H-O-U-B. So, I don't know. Well, good morning, everyone. So we got the camera planted. They're tucked in there on the left. Manhunt continues. I went over to this apartment complex, didn't see him there, but also couldn't get in because it's gated. So I went on the outside. I scanned all the vehicles there, every single vehicle I could see in the parking lot, and I did not see the Range Rover. So he might be at another address. He could be somewhere else. Or he could be like the other people at the other place. The other guy. Now, the other house, I went over to the other house this morning. And here's the Fox News report about him being person of interest. I was looking for the actual Fox News report. So it's right here. It's Fox News. This is latest update. Pima County Sheriff says man detained Friday, later released, was our person of interest. And the article says, and then we'll talk about the other house. Pima County Sheriff says man detained Friday, later released, was our person of interest. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos released new details about a federal operation Friday night, confirming a man detained in connection to the Nancy Guthrie investigation was later released, was a person of interest. Nanos told Fox News on Saturday the man detained in a traffic stop outside the Culver's restaurant Friday night was investigators' person of interest, and he was cooperative. The man, who has since been released, is believed to be the owner of the gray Range Rover that was searched and towed by authorities. 3 other people detained at a home nearby where the FBI executed a search warrant Friday were also released as well, with Nanos noting he was not at that scene, but it is standard procedure to allow investigators freedom to conduct the search. Nanos has said there was no arrest and no sign of Nancy being found. The sheriff added that every day moving forward, there will be a lot of police activity throughout the community, depending on leads and how they develop. These leads start in the command post and move to the field as needed. So they got a command post, they go out in the field when they need. So that's kind of what they did. They kind of did a boom boom on Friday night. That is one reason you're seeing activity build up as the day goes on that can ultimately lead to a search warrant looking for Nancy and any suspect involved. So let's go on to the next person, the next family. There's a guy named Luke. His name is Luke. No, we're just talking about Zach. Luke. Now, I don't know about Luke, right? In reference to a picture. I don't have one. No one really has a picture of him. He's a guy that has an extensive criminal record. Luke Anthony Daly. That is the guy's name. Luke Anthony Daly. And that's the house. It's like the Daly house that they went to. According to court records, this guy has all types of like drug charges and whatnot. Been in trouble. So, I don't know. He has a long rap sheet. He was scheduled to go to a jury trial on some charges on 2/24/2026. He will be 37 years old in March. So it's Luke Daly. Luke Daly. Who in the heck is Luke Daly? Now people are showing around photographs, but I found some mugshots but the mugshots on the mugshot sites, but no picture. You ever see that where they don't show the picture? So I don't know about Luke Daly and his family there, or what his situation is. But a lot of people have posted a photo of him, and then I can share what other people are sharing. I don't know for a fact this guy is it. Again, this right here is speculation. The photo I'm about to show you, we'll just do Chris Roach Investigates right here, saying this is Luke Daly. This is Luke Daly. Again, I don't know for a fact, but this photo is circulating all over. So this is the house. Luke Daly. So a guy that has a long, extensive record. Why they bring authorities to him? I mean, he kind of has that same kind of facial features as the Zach guy with the goatee and mustache there. So what do you think? And again, no one arrested with this. So there you go. It's like lookalikes. It's like the lookalikes. That's what it seems like it kind of is. It's like all the lookalikes in this situation. I send you a Dutch cup of coffee, Jalen says, 2100. A Dutch cup of coffee. Thank you. Thank you. Drank a lot of coffee this morning already. We're ready. We're ready for the next. I got really good sleep last night. We're ready. We're ready for to see what Sunday brings. Today is Sunday. Remember, this is the day 2 weeks ago that Nancy was reported missing, little after noon on Sunday 2 weeks ago. Just wondering is if this case will go cold soon. I still think a lot of media is talking about it. Case in point, there's so many people out here. Look behind me. I mean, they're all out here in their tents and everything like that. They're still out here. You'll know if the case starts going cold in the media eyes when all these people go away. When they all go away. So, some people in the chat are like, go home. I don't know why people are telling. I've been seeing some on social media too. Saying go home, like not just they want the media and they want everyone to go home, or they just want me to go home or whatever, go home. But that's weird when it's it's only 2 weeks. There's still active things going on. Now people are saying in the chat, don't go home. But they're out here. The media is still out here, so we don't know what's going on. I have no plans going home yet. So we'll continue to follow because, as the sheriff said, things develop during the day. Get the SWAT team out, and it appears like SWAT team is going to go start, detaining people as this thing. It seems like their protocol in this case is anytime they have a person they want to speak to in reference to possibly being the suspect, they pull out the SWAT and they pull out the heavy artillery and the weaponry, and they go and get this person. It seems like that, and I can understand that because the person, whoever did this, could be considered armed and dangerous. Good morning, folks. Possibly later on today, we might go up into the mountains. Maybe not. I was just communicating with 857 Tucson. He said he's coming out to the scene here in a bit. We'll see. Good morning. We'll see what happens here. It's still a media circus, but it is a weekend. At the same time, some of these journalists probably take it easy and just wait, or just hanging out in a hotel or a location and just on standby. Kind of like we're on standby ourselves. Just saw the comment that FBI is processing the SUV. The SUV hasn't been returned. Who is this guy? A lot of people do like the AI versions and stuff like that. They kind of clean up the faces. I don't know if that's sufficient or anything like that, but whatever you see on the internet with photos that are like enhanced or clear, I'm sure the FBI is doing the same thing. Possibility. But should AI be trusted in them? I've seen AI totally wrong at times too. So we don't know. Good morning. I mean, it's just weird. Some people say the Luke Daly guy also goes by Luke S. Daly, Lukaz Daly. It's like a nickname he uses and stuff. Luke A. Daly, according to, but people are also posting this from a mugshot from the Arizona Department of Corrections, from the Luke Daly guy, the guy's house. So, how they think this guy's involved, I don't know. Maybe he lives nearby. They just think he looks like the guy. Luke Daly. It says inmate number 333901, Luke A. Daly, 5'8", 160 pounds, brown. His ethnic origin is Mexican American, brown. Eye color. When he was in the Arizona Department of Corrections, medium lowest. That was a 2020 photo. Pima County. The charges that he had back in the day in 2020 or 2017, which put him in prison, was solicitation, dangerous drugs, drug endangerment, criminal damage, flight from law enforcement. And I'm saying his name is because that's the house. That's the house they were at. You know, when we thought this was all over. This guy. Luke Daly. What do you think? Think he's involved? No one's at that house. There's an old car in front of this house right now. And when I went there yesterday morning, it had a blue tarp on it. When we went back, and I went back today this morning, the blue tarp was totally off the car. I think somebody ripped it off. Some journalist ripped it off and probably started sticking their camera in it. So people are saying Luke Daly is a dangerous guy. I don't know. Maybe he'll come out like Carlos and come out on his doorstep and say, I'm not involved. Or, maybe he'll give an interview with some of these journalists. Yesterday, while we were driving by, there was lots of journalists in front of his house waiting for an exclusive with him, maybe. People are like posting pictures of tomatoes in the chat. Tomato emojis. Could be. So you got Luke and you got Zach. Now, the other two people, occupants in the house of Luke, I'm hearing his mom and somebody else, because the reports are saying 3 detained. I thought it was 2, but the reports are saying 3 detained in the house and 1 detained from the Range Rover. Range Rover guy, Zach. House guy, Luke. Luke and Zach. Do Luke and Zach know each other? Because I haven't found a tie between Luke and Zach at all. Do Luke and Zach know each other? I don't know. Don't know. 9 hours ago, Fox News, search for Nancy Guthrie enters 3rd week. The search for Nancy Guthrie entered its 3rd week on Sunday as a task force awaits forensic results from a late-night operation that took place on Friday, miles from the home. The FBI executed a search warrant at a house. Luke Daly. Catalina foothills, resulting in multiple people being detained and later released. Pima County Sheriff Nanos, who was not present during the search, told Fox News that there were no arrests and no sign of Nancy was found. FBI increased, as you know, $50,000 to $100,000 for information. High-tech Bluetooth scanner used to track Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker via helicopter. That has been confirmed done. And this is an interesting, because we kind of talked about this before this report came out. We talked, why don't they go around with the pacemaker, or I'm sorry, the Apple device that the pacemaker was sync, and try to locate the pacemaker by going around the locations and seeing if it will get a hit. Well, apparently that's what they did. The new report came out saying overnight that police helicopters on February 4th were flying over the area using a high-tech Bluetooth scanner to track Guthrie's pacemaker via a helicopter. So they were flying around low, typically in grid patterns, at a slow pace to pick up any signals of the pacemaker. That's a great idea. Now they should go to other locations. They should go to the other locations too. Tomatoes. People are posting tomatoes emojis. Why are there tomato emojis in the chat? You know why. Tomato emojis in this. Backpack. What's going on with the backpacks? I'll show this again. I clipped this yesterday when we went in. One thing I noticed about the Walmart store down the road, and I don't know if this is all Walmart, but the hiker backpack was behind glass. And in order to get it out of the glass, you don't need a key. They use their phones. Look at the employee. Here he comes. Look at that. That's not a key. Now let's go here. Hold on a second. I want to show this. He uses his phone to open up the glass. Now, what investigators will probably most likely do is find out who requested a backpack. Now, I'm not saying this happens at all the Walmarts, but that phone could be a clue as far as them finding out how many times someone, the employees use. I'm sure that leaves some sort of scan or paper trail, and then they can cross-reference that with the surveillance and find, possibly the perp when he was there at the store, whether he went to the store or not. If he went to the store to purchase a backpack, but the backpack there is behind glass. Now, what we could do, we can go to other Walmarts and see if they're behind the glass. I asked him when I put the camera in the vehicle, went back in and bought the backpack. I asked him, well, why? Maybe he said it on camera. He said the reason why they're behind the glass there is the homeless people stealing. So, cold news is here. Cold news. Cold news has just arrived. Cold news has arrived. Tomatoes. So, this is the scene. We'll have the camera plant here throughout the day. We'll wait, see what happens. Welcome aboard, folks. Where is Nancy Guthrie? Where is Nancy? Other than that, that's pretty much, we're up to speed about, what's going on. A little bit more details about those 2 raids that happened Friday night, or the 1 traffic stop. Unclear why they put a sheet up on the back of the, or the side of the, or on the Range Rover. I don't know what the sheet was about. There was a lot of rumors and speculation at the beginning stages that someone got shot there. Someone died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That is not true. Not true. So, there you go. Tomatoes, Tommaso. Nothing going on there, but I will share. I took this photo this morning. Let me see if I got it. I thought this was like the most amazing. The sunrise. I was near Annie and Tommaso's home this morning when the sun was coming up. Thought this was pretty amazing here. The sunrises here are breathtaking. Particularly the one this morning. I thought it was amazing. The sunrises. So they're pretty legit here. This is probably why a lot of people love it here in Tucson, because you got the a beautiful sunrises and also beautiful sunsets. But the sunrise today was absolutely stunning. No activity around Annie and Tommaso's home this morning. Not at all. No activity outside the home. No. So we wait. We wait to see what happens. Anyone wants to come out and set the record straight, talk, share, want to fill us in on some suggestions, you're more than welcome to come out. You're more than welcome to come out and say hello. If you're a local, anyone. Why did the perp buy a $10 cheap backpack from Walmart? And what's the sign of that? And possibly the holster. And another thing, maybe the jacket too. And I say the jacket because the employee suggested to me that it's possible that jacket the perp was wearing was the same jacket was in the clearance aisle at Walmart weeks ago. But we went and looked, and so how long does clearance go on for?
There's not really a way to tell.
Because this happened on the first into like the first into or the 31st into the first. So I'm thinking maybe bought it and stuff.
It was definitely last month though.
So would that be like clearance? Like it could. You think the jacket was clearance?
Yeah, I think that jacket was one of the clearance jackets that we had. Maybe in the
So we were looking in clearance for that jacket.
probably not this one, but it looks similar. I remember it was like a fuzzy kind of. Yeah, I'm not seeing.
People say go to the other Walmart. We should. So I don't know if the jacket. He thinks the jacket was in clearance. But you know, clearance, they sell things really, really cheap, and people scoop them up as quick as possible. So I don't know. Other people say the jacket's more of a Dick's Sporting Good kind of jacket or something, some sort of outdoors. You can get it like Bass Pro Shops, Dick's Sporting Goods. But if you got the backpack there, maybe the shop, maybe the perp is a Walmart type of guy. So I don't know. Some people say Goodwill. Could have got it at Goodwill. Where else they get that jacket? Because the jacket has not been identified. Jim just went and drove past the border. That would be Jim on the motorcycle. He'll probably stop by. We'll see what he has to say if he comes back around. So here we are. So this is where we're going to be at today for a bit. We'll just wait and see what happens here. You can share what you have to share in the chat, bring in public awareness. You should start a search party to look for clues and Nancy. Too much time is passing with no information. Well, the Sandman family, the talks, I did speak to someone that does all the searches, like a SAR group organization. She don't really want me to say the name at this time, but you heard her voice. She's saying that possibly soon a group of them are going to be out searching. There's talks. I've heard talks, possibly Equisearch is on standby. I've heard that rumor out there. That's another big organization that does searches. I don't know. I don't know if a big search group is ready. Maybe they'll be ready if law enforcement calls them. Thank you, M. Terry 6969. Thank you. Has the ransom been paid, Sharon? Rail says 1850. Any messages from the kidnappers? Great question. If we heard a couple $100 was in the Bitcoin that was originally the ransom, but we haven't heard anything else about this ransom. This ransom stuff and the amount being paid or the demand and anything, or whether the Guthrie family said they were going to pay. I mean, they said they were going to pay, but did they pay? We don't know anything about that because nothing has been revealed, anything about ransom in at least the last few days. The last time we really heard anything about the ransom was the deadline. The ransom deadline, and that's it. We haven't heard. We don't know if they paid. We don't know. I mean, Savannah was like, we'll pay, but did they really pay? She said it out of her mouth that she would be willing to pay. Did they pay? Didn't get anything? I don't know. It's we're in the dark on that. It's wild. Valerie Smith 4850. Thanks for the boots on the ground coverage. You're welcome. So, with these type of situations, I do feel like something could pop at any given moment somewhere in the Tucson area with Pima County. Something, somewhere. Definitely. Most people are saying stay. At least use this as our live stream command center. That's what we'll do. Like, use it as a command center. If anything pops off here, we will see. But use it as a command center. As long as media's here, I'm going to be here with them. Media starts going away, and we don't know at that point. If the media starts going away and there's no Nancy, that's a bad sign that this case could just start losing traction very, very fast. And, everyone just goes away and hopes that Nancy's found and stops covering it. Hope it doesn't get like that. Jane Hodge says, Donna Serafina says, border, please. Why the border? Does anyone feel like Nancy could be at the border? Border's an hour south, hour and 15 minutes to the south. No investigators have been down at the border that I know of, anywhere on the border. Cheyenne Sexton, thank you. Any past jury duty for Nancy? Well, that's a great question. Why, Cheyenne, why do you ask about the jury? Any past jury duty for Nancy? Why jury duty? What could jury duty suggest? I'm interested in knowing a little bit more. What would jury duty suggest? If she took jury duty, if she had jury duty. Connie says Banfield said masks is rare for Arizona and slopes. Well, Connie, I went to Walmart and they said they don't sell masks like that. They don't sell. He said we don't sell masks, those type of masks. Ellen says TMZ says the email did say that Nancy was safe but scared. So I hope that's true. I'm not so sure about those TMZ emails. I don't think TMZ is sending those emails to themselves to just for clout or to just make themselves part of the story. But I do believe that there are wackadoodles that are sending TMZ stuff. But I think these are just lunatics out there that are just saying things. I mean, they could just go to the FBI and give that information. Fur Babies, Mom, 0827, thank you. A comment here by Jessica Bowen 4705. I noticed some weird, could be coincidence things about Zach's Facebook profiles. How can I share them with you? Tag me onto, very easy right now. Just go to JLR Investigates on X. Just tag me to them and I'll take a look. But, if there's something in there, please give the law enforcement. I mean, that's what the tip line's for. But if you just want us to just kind of talk about it or see what's going on, I would love to see. S. Verals, thank you for your continued support, being on the ground. We appreciate you. The thing about it is the entire investigation has been centered around just a few locations around here. It hasn't really expanded out. The Rio Rico one, it did go down there. It did take us down there, but they haven't done any additional follow-ups there that I know of. I know a couple residents that I have contacts with down there now that live down there. Mary Dean, thank you. And they will inform me if investigators are, snooping around Rio Rico. So if they're down there in Rio Rico to do a follow-up on Carlos or some sort of areas around there, we will know. We will know. We will know. Is Nancy alive or dead? Man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Zach is the individual that was at the Culvers.
Yeah, we're going to keep it up.
With the Range Rover. I just heard them saying 2 vehicles or somewhere. Let me see. I heard the media just say two vehicles or somewhere. I have to ear hustle. Sheriff says it could take years to find.
Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old state and local authorities entering a third week of a massive search to find Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother, Nancy, abducted in the early hours of the morning from her Tucson home February 1st. Fox News correspondent Alicia Acuna is outside her home now and joins us with the latest. Hello, Alicia.
Hi, Shannon. One of the tools investigators are using in the search for Nancy Guthrie is a Bluetooth scanner placed at the bottom of a law enforcement helicopter. Fox News Digital reports it's being utilized in an attempt to detect Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker. The aircraft flies low to the ground, hovering over the search area. The scanner picks up on the unique Bluetooth signal coming from the pacemaker as it tries to sync with its transmitter or phone app. The pacemaker does not have a locator, so it doesn't work like, say, our phone or devices that have GPS. On Friday evening, the FBI and sheriff's investigators detained and released 4 people after a lead prompted a search of a home about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's and a traffic stop near a Culver's restaurant. Also this week, the FBI officially referred to the man seen on Nancy's door cam as a suspect, describing him as a male of average build between 5'9" and 5'10", carrying a black 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker backpack that is sold at Walmart. The Pima County Sheriff Department also asked folks who live in the 2-mile radius of Nancy's to check their security camera footage between January 1st and February 2nd, the day after she was taken.
So that came from this Fox News reporter. It just was posted online. That would be, she's here. She's still over here doing her reports. It'd be right there. Her. She's the one that just did that report. So she's standing in front of, she's doing it and she's standing in front of the house. So that's talking about the aircraft. Or I'm sorry, the chopper, aircraft, chopper, trying to, Bluetooth, trying to get Nancy's pacemaker, trying to detect it. The manhunt continues. Let me see what else is brewing. And then a lot of reports of people are saying, well, the sheriff's saying this could take years, which is crazy. But he also said weeks. He also said months. Why do you think the sheriff's saying that? To put a lot of pressure off him as far as like lower expectations? Well, you got to give us time. But I thought that, look, neighbor's leaving. The neighbor just left. Her next door neighbor just left. That's the same house I saw the guy with all the boxes. But yeah, maybe to get rid of the media. Maybe to get rid of the media. I'm not so sure if the sheriff, but the sheriff's still talking to the media, but he's just talking to, he's talking to some of the local media. He's not really talking to national media. Church. It is Sunday. It is Sunday. I mean, the sheriff was thanking the media. He's like, thanking. But here's the thing is, what I was saying is when the sheriff says, well, it could take years, I thought at the beginning when he's in press conference, he's like, literally like, Nancy needs her medications. This is very important. Find her quickly. She needs her medications. But now he's talking about years. Well, I thought she needs her medications. So what is the sheriff implying? That she's no longer alive? And this is more of a recovery? She needs her medications. And another thing is, here's another thing is, why aren't they sharing what Nancy was last wearing? when Tommaso brought her home. At least just share, what was she wearing? Because it's quite possible that she could have still had that some of that attire on. But most cases that we cover and you see on the news with a missing person, they at least share what the person was last wearing. Why aren't they sharing anything about what Nancy was last wearing? Just share what she went out in the Uber in. Just share at least. I mean, maybe she went in there and changed clothes and whatever like that and got in a nightgown or whatever. But share at least what the last person that seen her, what she was wearing. Because you don't know. We don't know if she got ambushed once she went back to the house. Just one of many theories. Just share. Just share. Ask the Uber driver. I don't know who the Uber driver is. The Uber driver hasn't said anything. Uber driver hasn't come out. Oh, they know what she was last wearing. Because, I mean, that would be Annie and Tommaso and the Uber driver. But it would be Tommaso's saying what she was last wearing when he dropped her off. But the sheriff will refuse to acknowledge that Tommaso dropped her off. Jailer, I think they took her to get cash from an ATM and she didn't make it. There was no reason to remove her from the scene. Justice for Dalton. Was Nancy removed because they wanted her to go to the ATM? But then when you say she didn't have any cash, but they would have went to the ATM, as soon as you go to the ATM, whatever bank, put in your card, there's surveillance there. Would she have went to an ATM? I think that would have been already out there. We'll see if we see any choppers out here going low, doing any scout. Now, did the chopper go low around Annie Tommaso's home for the pacemaker to sink it? I don't know. They're reporting they did it around here or in this location here, so.
Bluetooth scanner. We have a couple of videos to show you of the law enforcement helicopter that was hovering over Nancy Guthrie's home. Fox News Digital found out that investigators were using a Bluetooth scanner placed on the bottom of the aircraft to detect Nancy's pacemaker, and this from February 3rd. It caught our attention that day because this helicopter was flying so low to the ground and appearing to concentrate on specific areas around the property. This as FBI and sheriffs conducted a court-ordered search warrant on a home about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home on Friday. 3 people were detained at this location, and a man was detained at a traffic stop at this Culver's restaurant. The Range Rover he was driving was searched and towed away by authorities. All 4 people were ultimately released. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos in a statement saying, "I'm guessing anyone at the residence was detained, but that is standard procedure to allow investigators serving a search warrant freedom to conduct their search. I was not at the scene, and I'm sure people were detained, but no one was arrested. And more importantly, no sign of Nancy was found." And that is the key point here as we enter into week 3 of her abduction. There is no sign of her, even with 30,000 tips sent to law enforcement and a $100,000 reward for her safe return and arrest and conviction of whoever did this. Now, Rachel, you mentioned the sheriff has also said that they are still awaiting test results on the forensics that was done on that Range Rover and from that search on Friday. But as it stands, no arrests, no persons of interest.
Quite active on Friday night. It doesn't at this point seem it led to anything.
and they say that that was based on a tip, and they're going to continue following up on tips. Well, it's really trying to put all of these pieces together. We know DNA has been found here on the scene in Nancy Guthrie's home. There was not her DNA. They're trying to figure out, is that DNA of somebody who could be a suspect, or it could just be somebody working in the home, or somebody else who's been in the home for some reason that it won't necessarily be a suspect. The other thing that we know from the sheriff is that they've got DNA from a number of gloves that have been found around Pima County, but the closest glove was 2 miles away from the area. And those gloves may just be roadside trash, and they have nothing to do with this. But in any city, if you went and looked at,
I think that's his bodyguards. As soon as I walked over, they kind of like walked up in front of me. It's strange.
Trash along the road. So they're looking at the DNA found in those gloves. Can they match it to anybody who would have been known to have been here on scene? If it has anything to do with it. So far, they haven't found anything, but all aspects they're looking at right now. Cool, thanks. That's right, so we got 2 hours here, right? We don't have to. Yeah, we'll be like, next hour this week and then.
All right.
Not that anything's happening at the moment, but would you terribly
Oh, sure.
just move it over?
Sure.
So in case something happens.
No problem. Is this good?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, I didn't even see that camera there. That's your guy's camera. Gotcha. I was in the guy's camera way. He's like, can you just move me over a little bit? Sure. I was just waiting to see what's happening here. Wow, what we got a comment here? Dude pulling weeds. Dude pulling weeds, not sending crypto ransom. Well, speaking of weeds, why was the suspect's first instinct to grab the weeds to cover a door cam? Was he afraid to grab one of those several rocks found on Nancy's property because that would make too much noise? Or was it because he's a landscaper and he went for what he's most comfortable with? Why the weeds? It's a great question. The gardener. Remember it says the gardener did it. Why the weeds? Why pull the weeds? Try to cover the camera with the weeds. Why the weeds? Probably was those weeds right there. Weeds. Why the weeds? Not a rock. Not James Bond. Weeds. How do you know there was weeds there to do that? Well, you could look around and see, or was he already familiar with the property? This guy's running around with a Bald Lives Matter. Morning.
Morning.
What's your name?
Bill, what's yours?
JLR, how are you? What brings you out here? I see you
I was
walking
in the
around.
area going down to Tombstone, so I thought we'd combine.
Tombstone?
Yeah, pay some respects.
Oh, okay.
Pray for her return.
Are you a local?
No, California.
California. So, being here, what do you think? What are you thinking?
Well, I've retired law enforcement for 33 years. and
Oh,
this
really?
got me- Yeah.
Well, where at? You mind?
Laverne.
Laverne?
Yeah. It's baffling. Really baffling.
As being a former law enforcement, and obviously you're following the case, you think this case was botched at the beginning, or do you think they did some missteps,
I
or?
don't think it was botched. I think originally they had no clue it was a crime. I think they just thought it was a missing person, and then once it seemed like it was more than that, I think they did the right thing by getting the local FBI, or not local, national FBI involved to assist them, because it's just way over a sheriff's department.
You think it's over Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, well, I don't want to say over their head. I think the resources that the FBI have are much greater than what the Pino County sheriffs would have.
As a former investigator, they've been back here numerous times.
Yeah.
Do you think this property should be sealed off?
At this point, I would hope they have everything they would need, but originally they should have had this completely sealed off until they knew they had everything by 100%. And that's why there's someone there now to keep, people out. But yeah, earlier they should have had it all roped off and secured. One thing you always do, time is on your side. There's no rush. You should have just had this all blocked off until you had everything that you thought you needed. Coming back like that, not having it secured to where it's contaminated, by people, it's just crazy.
Is there something like you in a law enforcement line would do in this case that you haven't seen done, that should be done?
I think there's, I think there's been some bad press.
Bad press?
Between the FBI and the local sheriff. I don't think there's that much of a riff like they're trying to make it out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's some mistakes that were made, I think, at the beginning by not sealing it off and keeping it sealed off until, they had everything. But yeah, I don't think there's bad blood like they're saying, because I know they're saying that the sheriff wanted to send the DNA to Florida to the lab that they use. And I agree with the FBI. I think they could have had it at their location, turned it around a lot quicker, and probably done better than wherever they're taking it in Florida. I know they use it all the time, and there's a very reputable place down there to do it. But
Do you know where that is? What it's called?
Yeah, I don't. It's somewhere in Florida. They use it all the time, from what I've been told. But there's just no beating the FBI in their lab and their expertise.
It's a mystery.
Yeah, it really is. And unfortunately, I don't want to be in the naysayer, but what is it, 2 weeks now? And
Yeah.
They,
I think it's more of a like a recovery.
I think it's going to be a recovery and a homicide. Myself, I pray to God it's not, but.
Because it's just it's been radio
Yes.
silent, no
And that's
ransom
what's-
demands, nothing.
And I
like,
know, I work law enforcement. I know they know a lot more than we know. I know that for a fact.
Mhm.
But if they don't know enough to find her. That's the problem.
So a recovery. Well, see, let me ask you something. Like a lot of my viewers are watching, and everyone has opinions about the situation. I mean, can you just do grid searches like that everywhere from this point out, expand out, or do you have to wait till you have something credible?
I'm sure they've already done that with the helicopter. I'm sure they videoed it and they've done thermal imaging. I'm sure they've done everything. I personally don't think she's around here. I really don't. I think she's probably in the area of Tucson or in the southern area, maybe northern Mexico. I don't know. But I don't think, I think they've done as much as they can in this area. I really do.
And then they just, at this point, just wait for DNA to come back?
And,
or
the tips.
Tips.
The tips that they get, and I'm sure they're investigating them all.
Thanks for your time.
Oh, yeah. What do you vlog with?
JLR Investigates.
Okay. I'll
Go
hook
check
you
it out.
up. Yeah. Was this live here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. They can hear me and everything? Awesome. Gotcha.
35,000 watching.
Wow.
Whole world's watching.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You take care.
Good luck to you guys.
He's former law enforcement. I don't know if if I was recording, I don't know if he would have talked. He realized after the fact that I was live streaming. So, nice guy. So, what's the next steps, folks? What's the next steps? On this situation. So now this Arizona representative, she's getting pretty ratioed pretty hard here right now. She's getting a lot of blowback. So this is a representative. Her name is Representative Alma Hernandez. And Alma Hernandez put out a tweet about this entire situation. And I'm going to share what she has to say. She goes, this, Alma Hernandez says, as someone who lives and represents Tucson, Pima County, I am so sick of watching the reporting, grifting, insane speculations, lies, and BS by random journalists and YouTubers who have now caused more harm than good to this entire situation and put this serious case in jeopardy. Please go home. Let law enforcement do their jobs. Stop following them during their SWAT operations. I am so sick of their constant lies from those who can't even spell Tucson and clearly have not been to our city. This home is not near downtown or midtown, so posting random videos of people walking in yards, ain't y'all know Mexicans don't all look the same. Our sheriff should probably stay off social media and not speak to the press anymore. Yes, this is sad. But seriously, please stop. It's coming from the local representative here. And people are ratioing her hard, saying, I'll read some of the comments. The only report I've seen is what an absolute dump your city looks like. Trash everywhere, homeless people. Let's go on. It says, can you ask your sheriff to do his job to find a missing woman, or are you more upset that our people are talking about it on YouTube? It's almost like she doesn't want the spotlight on the situation. It's just a weird. It's weird. But does she have a point? As someone who lives here as well, I'd love for you to actually be focused on the Pima County Sheriff working on the case instead of running a PR campaign for him to protect him in Pima County. Maybe if your sheriff gave out regular updates, people wouldn't have to search for things out on their own. From the comments, this seems to be an unpopular opinion. I was there and did not see the media interfering with Nancy Guthrie investigation. The locals I met here happy to have the spotlight focused on Tucson in hopes that certain things would change. Some don't like transparency there, Redfish Bluefish says. Is the sheriff feeling the heat, and now the sheriff's using representatives here to speak out and say, try to get people to turn away and leave, and say that the media here, or even YouTubers, or I'm sure it's a direct shot at me too, to leave the area, stop talking about the case, let them do their job, where sheriff has said it could take years. Has that representative came up to visit the scene here? Has that representative walked around and talked to the neighbors and get the neighbors' assessment and talk to the people? Has that representative come out and talked to the media and seen what's going on here? Come out here to pay respect for Nancy? Has that representative hand out flyers on Nancy? Just remember, y'all, one day it could happen to your loved ones, and if you're not famous, you absolutely get zero coverage or resources. That's a good point, too. Is there a cover-up here? Is there a cover-up in the handling of the case? Chains of communication, that mishaps, something they don't want everyone to see and hear, or see what they're doing and not doing. In this case, not doing this. She needs to stop. Nancy could literally be out of the country right now, or completely across the country. 2 weeks is a very long time to move someone. Expert on TV says gloves and bite light are fave of mechanics. Is the creep a local mechanic? You're talking about the flashlight in the mouth, right? Flashlight in the mouth. Is the perp a mechanic? You know, a lot of times mechanics put the flashlight in their mouth when they're doing things under the hood. Starting to warm up out here.
Is that on YouTube or TikTok or what? YouTube. Just gonna put it on my phone or I'll forget. Take a picture of that. I don't use cards.
Thank you. Get that. Be safe. How far you live from here?
About 6 hours. Yeah. Well, no, I see you playing in the tournament right now in Phoenix. Tennis tournament. So I came to watch him whenever we play right now. My girlfriend's here from the Philippines. I said, well, let's run down to Tucson. We've been watching this on TV. I'm like, let's not leave. Let's just stop by and see their respects and stuff. Take care. Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right. So, thoughts. Waiting for the next crack in the case, break in the case, location.
I think I'm gonna try to take spot one.
All right, so this is we're just waiting. We're waiting to see what happens here. Sun is starting to come up. It's getting a little warm out here. High today, 74. It's perfect. It gets really cool here at night. Where is Nancy? Will we see more of those Bluetooth choppers with Bluetooth trying to sync the pacemaker to the Apple Watch? That technology. Will we see that soon? Hello. Will we see another SWAT, search, rescue? Someone pulled in, dragged out of their car. Will there do any type of grid searches?
Charlie Goldberg here at News 4 Tucson. Stay with me for the search for Nancy Guthrie. That team is asking for your help. If you live in the area, they want you to check your security cameras. That's Charlie Goldberg here with News 4 Tucson, and it's take the team now into the search for Nancy Guthrie. Investigators are continuing to ask for your help. If you live in the area, they want you to check your home security cameras. Doorbell cameras, driveway cameras, garage cameras, or any system that will work overnight. Especially those for residents living in your home. Specifically, especially those residents living in your home. They're asked to check their footage and review. Charlie Goldberg here with News 4 Tucson. Take the team into the search for Nancy Guthrie. Investigators are continuing to ask for your help. If you live in the area, they want you to check your home security camera footage. That includes doorbell cameras, driveway cameras, garage cameras, or any system that will work overnight. This especially goes out to residents living here.
Right here, just kind of standing around waiting. Read some of the comments while they're coming through. While we wait, the ring camera footage is a diversion. Tatted Silverback says, I believe the Mexico Avenue needs to be investigated. Mexico prescription laws are very different from U.S. laws. What about state level investigative agencies? So, is there a cartel Mexican link to this situation? Medications. Nancy needs medications. You get medications in Mexico. I get what you're saying. The thing about it is law enforcement hasn't said anything indication that they've investigated anything centered around Mexico or Mexico link whatsoever. So we'll see. We'll see if, a lot of people keep saying borders nearby, people that did this, took her across the border, cartel kidnapping. A lot of people have said that in the chat. Again, many people have many scenarios and opinions and situations. Keep them coming. JLR, how long are you staying there? Cassandra 3340 says, we need you to stay to keep up the pressure. I'll stay as long as we need to stay. You know how we get fully invested in a case and follow it through its entirety. We'll see. We'll see.
Charlie Goldberg here with News 4.
A lot of the psychics are saying go to Nogales. I made a video down there before. If you want to see what Nogales looks like, the entire port of entry area down there, right by the port of entry of Nogales and all the shops and everything like that there, go check it out. JLR Nogales. We did live down there a couple years ago. But it also expands out into neighborhoods, and then, you know, east and west is basically the border wall. Well, my thing is, if she got taken into Mexico, she's going to be seen at the port of entry. The comment that we just got, the sheriff is dirty, and I think he's behind the abduction and murder of Nancy. Probably a paid hit job. Investigate nanos. Investigate nanos.
Charlie Goldberg here with News 4 Tucson. It's day 15 now into the search for Nancy Guthrie as investigators are continuing to ask for your help. If you live in the area, they want you to check your home security cameras. That includes doorbell cameras, driveway cameras, garage cameras, or any system that records overnight. This especially goes out to residents living near her home, specifically from moving to the top of Minor Road, going west as far as LaFleur Boulevard, moving south of River Road.
Thank you, Angie P17. Comment that we got. The Only Way by John Kelly, 502, says the only way she is still alive and being taken care of if she is being held in Mexico. Tattle Silverback is right. The only way she is still alive and being taken care of is if she's in Mexico. So what a couple comments are saying is if that's the only way she'd be alive right now in this situation, if she's in Mexico. Otherwise, if she's somewhere in the United States, she's most likely not alive. Sorry, I didn't know you were backing up. It just makes this whole thing does not make sense to me. I mean, it takes me down so many different rabbit holes and scenarios here. And now we're in the point where we're getting a lack of information. A lack of information, I've always said, leads to speculation, mass speculation, lack of information, lack of press conferences, lack of transparency. Leads to a bunch of speculation. Fighter jets. fighter jets. Four fighter jets. Tomatoes. People are still putting tomatoes in the chat. We see some of the local media reporting and see if they put out any reports as of this morning. Take a look here. Criminologist spoke to News Nation this morning and said Guthrie family videos likely staged by FBI. Let's see the take on this.
Alex Del Carmen, CEO of Del Carmen Consulting. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to dive right in with you. It's been over a week since law enforcement held a press conference. Since then, we've had some new evidence that has been discovered with the security footage there. They have said that they are not planning to hold any more press conferences until there's a big break in the case. Do you think that's what they ought to be doing?
Good morning, Anna. Well, sadly, we have seen now two breaking news, in the past few days where we think we have somebody, where law enforcement responds, the SWAT team is there, the news media conveys and reports essentially that after 2-3 hours, these folks are simply leaving the scene and going back to their homes. So we're very discouraged by what we've seen so far. I think what's happening is there are millions of tips coming in on a daily basis, but unfortunately, none of them have led to the right person.
How come you don't think we have heard from Savannah Guthrie's family in the last several days? Savannah has posted something, it's been 2-3 days now, a beautiful home video from her childhood, her and her sister with her mom, hopefully getting the public to renew their interest in all this. But who's advising them and how are they being advised, would you imagine, to be acting or reacting or not?
I think the FBI has been behind many of the videos that actually have come out. If you really pay attention to how the videos were staged and who the audiences were, you clearly see that this is really about humanizing Nancy, talking to the bad guy, compelling him to essentially turn her over. Also asking the public, right, to provide any leads, any kind of information that they have. So they have been staged, and if you go back to Quantico and what we teach folks as to how they should be trained to talk to suspects and be able to compel upon them to return the individual kidnapped, this is exactly what this video should have been doing. What it tells me now in the past few days that we haven't seen these videos is the fact that it's likely that the FBI is simply thinking at this point that there's maybe something else other than a kidnapping, that perhaps these videos are not doing what they're intended to do, and that the leads that they're getting are simply not good leads.
Well, our Elizabeth Vargas interviewed Sheriff Chris Nanos and asked are you handling this, continuing to handle it as, an abduction, as a missing person, as, this crime that has been committed here, of course, or are you handling it as a homicide? And he said, no, we don't have proof of life, but we also don't have proof of death. In situations like this, how long does that go on?
It depends on the information that's coming in right now. More so than time, it's a matter of trying to figure out if there are good leads that they perhaps may be investigating behind the scenes that may give hope to the idea that she's alive. The last thing you want to do in these cases is lose hope. And the last thing that you want to do is send a message to the public that somehow, she's dead and that she's no longer, time is no longer of the essence, right? And so they want to keep the idea that she's still alive and that she could possibly be alive and that some of these leads may actually lead to her recovery. But, right now, every day that passes, Nana, I will tell you, as a criminologist of 28 years, is a day that I'm less confident that we're going to get Nancy back.
Yeah, everybody has a mom or a grandma, and it's just so heartbreaking when you put yourself in the shoes of Savannah Guthrie and her family. News Nation had some exclusive video and reporting from our Brian Enton on the ground late Friday night into Saturday morning of a SWAT operation going on, and it resulted in 2 people being detained at a home and another being detained at a nearby traffic stop. And we know that those individuals, from Jessica's reporting, they have been released. No arrests, according to the sheriff, still no sign of Nancy there. Do you think there's any chance that these individuals could still be under the microscope and they just didn't have enough evidence at the time to arrest them? Or is this sort of, gone with the wind, similar to the way Carlos was in Rico Rio near the Mexican border last week?
Well, the fact that they actually had a warrant and they went inside the home tells me that they simply had enough evidence to suggest to a judge that they have probable cause in order to be able to get in there. So, which means that there is a connection between Nancy and these folks. Now, whether or not the connection is related to the actual alleged kidnapping, or perhaps there was a connection between them prior to, perhaps this is a family that is known for some issues that they may have had with the family of Nancy's family. So who knows, right? But at this point, what I can tell you is nothing is off the table. It is very likely that they're processing DNA as well, that they likely recover from this house. And so I wouldn't necessarily put them away and say, we're moving on to the next series of suspects. I would just simply say that right now they don't have enough evidence to suggest that they're going to be keeping them in jail for a while.
Right. And we can't forget they also towed away and after processing that grayish silver Range Rover as well. So, maybe they found something there of interest. Alex Del Carmen, we're out of time. Thank you so much for joining us and giving your...
All right. Hey, 857, how are you?
And I am refreshed after that SWAT raid, man. We were out to 2 in the morning.
2 in the morning.
2 in the morning.
So, have you learned anything?
As far as learned anything new, a lot of the hubbub, what I was listening about the transparency and between the sheriff, that's been, but as far as the tips, I'm thinking that if we see the pattern, we had one SWAT raid, then they got to get ready for the next one. So I think there's another one coming.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. Well, one, the media is perched outside of Pima County Sheriff's Office, so we'll know if the SWAT goes out. I think Sheriff Nano said they're going to be doing detainments.
Yeah, so that's why, I think a lot of people are like...
I think each and every one that comes up as a potential person of interest or a person to speak to, they're going to do a SWAT. Possibly. It's
they
weird.
Have to have an IP address or something they're going off of, and they're just following the next lead down the
Mary says here, if the sheriff would do a press conference at least twice a week, maybe press would not have to follow them so much.
They might have somebody like that knows who it is that they're working with, and that person is, you see what I'm saying? So that could be another, because didn't TMZ, even though it is TMZ, get a note?
Correct.
And that, we don't know
that
if
person really more or less hindered the investigation, played games, and committed a crime.
No, another note.
Another
that said, hey, if you, I'll tell you who.
Yeah, that's a crime right there if they're lying.
Okay.
Because even though they're sending it to TMZ, they're doing this as a hoax. Now, if it's legit, then
The second one, if,
But I feel like it's just someone playing games.
I do too. But if
That's
the
a
second
crime.
one is real,
Yeah.
and they know who it is, they might be working with that. You know, I mean, there's all kinds of theories, but one FBI just posted on my page, and he thinks, here, I'll let you read it, because this is an interesting thing. And he's been on that show First 48, so
Mhm.
he's been covering cases for a long time. And then the other thing, I made a post today. We're going on day 15.
Mhm.
The biggest case in the world, maybe for the last century, as far as coverage, right? Could you think of anyone that's, as far as, there's been some, but it's in the top 5. Not one statement from the mayor of Tucson about anything.
Oh, no statement from Mayor of Tucson.
Not even one.
Interesting.
Not that it, but that the mayor and the sheriff, it's this big insiders club.
Mhm.
And so if you kind of picture, they're always trying to protect each other. They don't want to, and it's always, they want to control the narrative. If they're not controlling the narrative, then they step back and stay silent. So that's what you're seeing from the sheriff. That's what you're seeing from the mayor. And guess what? The county attorney who would be covering this case, Laura Conover, guess where she was?
Where was she?
Washington, D.C. When this case pretty much broke, she took a trip to Washington. You know, so it's...
Where is the mayor? Tucson mayor.
And then this is what I posted last night as far as the police funding. We had a whole defund the police when the riots happened. So we're supposed to have 950 to 1,200 officers. We only have...
But that's Tucson's jurisdiction, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not really their jurisdiction as
It
far as
isn't.
police.
But if you think about how it's interconnected,
Gotcha.
I mean, you go 1 mile, you're in Tucson.
Gotcha.
And so a lot of the crime comes from Tucson, and they'll come up where? Where do they go to commit crime?
Mm-hmm.
They will go to different areas. So, but you are right. Yeah, it is a different, complete jurisdiction. But a lot of crimes, what will happen is they'll happen in Pima County, and then they'll catch the guy in you know, for instance, Rio Rico. If that one was, they'll catch him in a different city or county. So the city of Tucson really should be. I mean, they should be on this case, even though it's in Pima County. They should be. And we don't know if the TPD has anything working on this case.
Tucson Mayor Regina Romero is the 42nd and current mayor of Tucson, Arizona, in office since 2019 and serving as of February 2026. A Democrat, she is the first Latina and first woman to hold the position. Her key priorities include climate change, housing affordability, and infrastructure. Hello, everyone. JLR Investigates continuous coverage outside the home of Nancy Guthrie. We are day 15. This mystery, she's still missing. Not a lot of new information at this time, new updates, other than what the wildness that happened Friday night. 2 locations about 2 miles away from here, one at a home, multiple people detained. Another one at the Culvers, another person detained. Everyone has since been released. Believe their authorities are going over DNA and certain forensics. These individuals might at one point resurface, but as of right now, no crime scenes anywhere else, no tape up anywhere else. Where does this go? Will more people be detained? Remains to be seen. When are they going to do a search again? Where are authorities going to go next? What's going to happen here? We're waiting and just showing in real time outside. And we'll continue to do so.
Oh, she's going.
Sue Ellen. Sue Ellen's leaving. The neighbor. Sue Ellen. I told Sue Ellen I'm gonna send her a bag of coffee. She said no thank you, but she said if you want to, that's okay. So I'm sending you a bag of Boots on the Grounds coffee.
No, I mean, I went to the, that's another. I haven't told anybody that, but I reached out to the cousin and she's like, I haven't talked to her in like 15 years, so no insight on that. But that is interesting as far as
Just waiting to see what happens.
That's this detective statement if you want to read that. This is kind of,
You have a statement?
well, it was that he worked on the first 48, so now he goes and does
Veteran homicide investigator Paul Ciolino, who's worked with 48 Hours and CBS News, shared in a recent interview that he doesn't believe Nancy was kidnapped. He points out key missing pieces in a typical kidnapping case: no ransom negotiations or demands for payments, no forensic evidence of a struggle or intruder in the home, and questions why intense FBI efforts like agents on the roof and non-stop helicopter coverage weeks later suggest they're reaching because they've got nothing. Now, that's another
an
point.
Interesting point.
Well, no struggle or no evidence of a struggle or intruder in the home.
Well, they didn't say how he got in. They won't say. There's things they're leaving out that at this point they need to I think release and go, you know what? Hopefully more video comes out. That's what I'm hoping.
So you think the entire person at the door was a staged incident?
No, I'm going back and forth. There's so many different theories, but it's interesting because I haven't heard that one where it's like, oh, this isn't even a kidnapping. I don't know where it leaves it, but that's what this detective.
It's crazy because every time, former law enforcement or an expert or something comes up with a take, it just takes your mind and takes you another scenario, a situation. It's just so. You follow what I mean? Like, he's saying that, now I'm thinking, okay, well, was there footprints inside her bedroom? Smells of someone? If there's evidence of a sign of struggle, Nancy being dragged out of her bed or anything, like the way her sheets and everything was in her pillow was on her bed and things knocked, you would think, if you grab somebody out of their home.
Was something knocked over?
Bang, like marks on the walls.
How did they get into the house? Because look at those bars. Can anyone get in those bars? I mean,
I don't think so. No signs of a break in.
And I'm sure the back door, I didn't look, but it probably has those wrought iron. I don't know if.
But explain the person at the door, though.
Yeah.
Is that? It's just Yeah, it's
Yeah, there's enough.
Taz B says, this is why JLR is not a real investigator. I'm not an investigator. I'm a person that documents what's going on and follows the story. But I like to investigate.
I sent you the actual video of him talking if you wanted to play that.
Everyone is just the nature of what's happening. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so keep staged, set up a stage.
And I think, that show First 48, they actually did, I think, one or two. Their first couple seasons was done in Tucson.
Was it?
Yeah.
First 48?
The first
Tucson?
Yeah, they're be interesting to get those people, who are on the show who live in Tucson, to get their take.
Another thing, why the 31st into the 1st? Could the date be significant in any way, shape, or form? First of the month?
Yeah, those are all things that are thrown out there. It's just
So we haven't even seen a shift change on police yet. They usually do a couple shift changes again. Thinking the next one will be within the next couple hours.
Seen Brian Hampton on.
I haven't seen him today. I don't believe anything is going on at Annie and Tommaso's home.
One thing is, since tomorrow's Monday, you think the sheriff...
Presser?
I mean, you would think Monday, we're going to update the public. We got thousands, millions of people wanting an update of some sort from an official, other than statements issued.
Great question. So again, people in the chat, you know, this is the guy there. Range Rover guy, Zach. This is the guy that we talked about. Had the Range Rover. Lives on Campbell apartment complex down the road from where the glove was found on the side of the road. Has since been released. Don't know where his Range Rover is.
Only the time they need a sheet is when.
They put the sheet up because they didn't want the media to see what they were doing. Well, what was
When
gathered.
would they do that? The only time they would do that is, I mean, that looked pretty.
There is a plane up there. It's a military plane. Let's look at flight radar 24.
Everybody has those poodle dogs here. Every single neighbor I've seen. Have you noticed that? Everybody has. They're talking. So the motorcycle guy, what's his story? Motorcycle guy.
His name is Jim. He has a YouTube channel, and I don't know what it's.
Does he go to lots of places, or is this a first time?
His name is Mine. That's Jim.
Yeah.
He has a YouTube channel.
Right? I'll show you what I would do. I don't like secrets.
I mean, only getting one bar. Yeah. I mean, it's coming up, but it's.
live right now?
I'm gonna check. Explore. Nope.
This is remember Jim, the gentleman that we met on the motorbike yesterday? This is he's let me show you. It's pretty cool looking seeing the bike.
Yeah.
And everything like that. From the helmet, he has a camera on his helmet, and he's like
I'll see you in a minute.
riding around on the bike
I'll see you in a minute.
in the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, like a bike helmet cam. Riding with Jim. Exploring with Jim.
Exploring.
Come with me as I do a complete survey of historic and forgotten sites. So for people in the chat, maybe you're new, maybe you're not. Welcome aboard. This is the right side of the driveway, which you see here, the mailbox of Nancy Guthrie's home, and you can see tucked in the trees there is law enforcement that is 24-hour round-the-clock security in front of the house, and we're just gonna continue to just see what goes on out here in real time. And all right, people are saying there's a new post about the glove. So let me find out stuff about the glove. It's coming from News Nation reporter Brian Enton. New from FBI. The gloves, plural, found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie resident in a field near the side of the road was packaged by the PCOS, Pima County Sheriff's Office, and sent overnight on 2/12, and they arrived at a private lab in Florida on 2/13. The FBI received preliminary results yesterday on 2/14 and are awaiting quality control and official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into CODIS, the national database unique to the Bureau. This process usually takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives DNA. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house. 16 gloves. Most of them were the searcher's gloves, and they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the video, surveillance video. The FBI has and will continue to provide assistance to whatever timeline is provided for us. This part of the FBI statement is significant, though. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the suspect in the surveillance video. Whoa. Thoughts? Okay, so gloves being analyzed. Could the gloves be the key in this case? Great reporting by Brian N. Comment said, if the gloves match the suspect at the front door, then who is the suspect? DNA will tell who the suspect is. Might have to go to IgG, genetic genealogy, investigative genetic genealogy, a private lab. Awesome.
Well, and the whole cell phone pinging thing, couldn't they ping some cell phones? I know they did that with other cases, where whoever's active right in this area, everybody has a cell phone, even criminals. They might have a couple. And so could they geocache all the different signals coming out, whose phone that was? That's got to be a piece of what they're doing. It has to be. Because at night, this place is dead. You don't see anything driving around.
Not at night.
So if somebody's driving around out here at 2 in the morning, it's suspicious.
Can you go back and see what the temperature was that night on the 31st into the 1st? I think there's a site that tells you the previous weather forecast. What was the weather in Tucson, Arizona, January 31st into February 1st, 2026?
Was in my office, helped Paula.
Yeah.
Took out, head over here. Then I turned around and went to get my phone charger out.
High of 75. Low in the 50.
I'm driving to my house.
Hello, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I was going to give you the pound.
Yep.
Your name is D. Starts with a D.
Daniel.
Daniel. Remember that running for Congress?
Yep. Gutierrez.
Against Grijalva. And you know Raul Grijalva, have you heard of him?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's his daughter. So it's basically, that's how it is. You got this good old boys, you know, inside. A lot of the candidates are planted. You know, hey, this is the next person, vote for them.
Is that how it works around here?
That's why the crime's so bad around here. And they want it to go away.
You want to talk again a little bit?
Sure.
Back out on the scene? All right, here. Oh, I'll spin the camera around to you. All right, so this is Daniel. He's running for Congress. Back out here. You've been out here multiple times.
Yeah, I decided to come out here after the shooting we had in Tucson yesterday. Damien and I have been talking. A lot of people have been talking. And the crime is simply out of control.
So I've heard there was a shooting, but it really didn't get much press at all, right?
Not at all. And they're trying to put it as two separate shootings so that they don't have to call it a mass shooting. But it was absolutely a mass shooting, and nobody's talking about it.
So what happened?
Well, it was a party, and after, I guess, a party that had gone on too long, people got a little wild, and there was an altercation. Some people were in the hospital, but the media didn't say much about it.
I had no idea until 857 told me there was a mass shooting in Tucson. It was like a shootout in multiple places and Wild West shootout in the streets, right?
Well, people keep asking, why has the mayor come out and said anything about any of this that's happening up here? Because our mayor keeps telling everybody that there's no crime here in Tucson, that it's all getting better, that their new what's that thing called, Damien, that they got going?
Safe City Initiative.
There you go. The Safe City Initiative is working. So nothing that's happening right now is happening. It's a figment of our imagination. Okay? But Damien and I were born here. We grew up here, and we know what Tucson used to be before all these people that are in power here in Tucson.
Well, talk about the power structure in Tucson.
It's all
how does it work here?
There's only one Republican.
Yeah, there's one Republican on the Board of Supervisors, so he votes and it means nothing. The way it works here is we have cronyism jumping off in this city. And we got a one-party rule. The election process in the city is ridiculous. It's a citywide election. So there's no getting any other side of the aisle in there so that we could have debates within our government. Instead, it's a one-party rule. Most city elections, there's this neighborhood a vote, and that neighborhood a vote, and we'll probably get a Republican in and some Democrats in, which is all fine. That's the way our government's set up. It's called balance. We hold checks and balance.
Crime, because this is a true crime case. You've been out here multiple times. Back. What do you feel is happening now? What do you think should be done? What do the officials that have been handling this case? What's your take on all that?
I don't think they have enough evidence to do anything with it, and that's a shame. My opinion on this, and it's just my opinion. I'm not an officer or a detective or anything like that. I think it was a crime went bad. It was someone who came out here to commit a crime, to do a robbery, probably thought the house was empty and may have checked it out earlier and it was empty. Then she came home and they came back and we wound up with a situation altercation. That's what I believe. And I believe it was someone who came from Tucson. It's not someone who came from Oro Valley. It's not somebody that's from this neighborhood. I believe it's someone that came from Tucson to steal some items and make some money, and it went bad.
Could be as simple as that.
But in any case, Damien and I have both talked about this. The crime started from somewhere like Tucson, because that's where Tucson's just infested with crime.
What type of crime normally?
Well, stabbing, shootings, theft. We've got we call the city bus the crime bus. And you might have heard that. It's our crime bus. It travels all over the city. The homeless ride it for free.
for free.
Our Walgreens have been shutting down because the area where most of the homeless are, Valencia, both Walgreens have shut down. Limberlost and Oracle, it's shut down. Prince and Flowing Wells, it's shut down.
Food City, they just shut down a grocery store
on
in
Sixth
South
Street.
Tucson because of crime.
Yep.
It was shut down. Like literally, imagine you wake up one day.
But out here, in reference to this, I mean, it's day and night. It seems like I see it,
Absolutely.
what I've noticed is as soon as you get down to River Road, and just right there, River Road, up north, nothing. Like it seems peaceful. But as soon as you get there, and then I see a lot of things going on. I mean,
Yeah.
we're outside of that crime zone, aren't we? Or is it getting up here?
No, well, right now we're outside the crime zone. This is a good neighborhood. Most neighborhoods beyond the river, unless they're right there on river, are fairly decent neighborhoods. They don't deal with a lot of crime. Don't have a lot of crime.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very unusual case for Tucson, but the crime is getting worse and worse in Tucson, and naturally they're going to move elsewhere. So it is spreading further and further north.
It would be interesting to find out if there has been how many actual burglary reports, thefts, break-ins have been reported in this area in the last 6 months. And just the numbers, whether they arrest anybody or not, just the calls, the call logs. And
That's what we'd have to look at, the call logs, find out how many have actually been reported on, because you'll find people that have made phone calls and nobody ever shows up, or they don't show up till the next day, and that's because the police department's understaffed.
And what about the county sheriffs?
The county sheriffs are understaffed.
And they have too much of a spread out territory. 9,000 square feet is the Pima County boundary. So imagine having to patrol 9,000 square miles.
And I haven't wanted to talk about this because he's got his own job to do, but I know most of the deputies are not happy with Sheriff Nanos. He's not considered a really good leader. So we do have that problem. But the deputies themselves, we have a really good sheriff department. I mean, as far as our deputies go.
Yes, sir.
And our TPD, them guys work nonstop, and you got to give them credit. Many of them came out on their days off when they weren't scheduled to work, and they all got actively involved in this case right here. So got to give them kudos. We got a heck of a police department and a heck of a sheriff department. Leadership's where our problems lie here in Tucson.
Yes.
Tucson, Pima County, the whole southern border, we have no representation in CD7. We've elected someone, but she only represents a small portion of her constituents. She does not represent the district. Am I wrong in that?
Well, and who are you running against in November?
I'm running against Adelita Grijalva.
Yeah, so you're running for Congress, and when is that election?
That's in November.
So, so she basically, her father Raul ran that, how many 20-30 years he was in that district.
He would have done 24 had he made it that far.
And she kind of walked into this position because of her dad. So now we got nepotism, if you've ever heard that term, where basically all her connections, it's basically just a rerun of Raul. And so if you look at Raul Grijalva's district, it goes right to Nogales. Well, guess where the illegal migration came up? And they helped implement it. So the Grijalvas actually are part of that asylum seekers, all of them coming through. They actually helped implement the system to make it happen. Hotels, so they got bussed over here to the
Thank you.
Yeah, they got bussed over here to the Red Roof Inn, and the story's there. They got airplane tickets to ship them to Chicago, New York, all over the country. So there's a lot of that going on.
Crime as an outsider, or crime within the family, or someone that knows the family? That's the question. It's a crime that happened. There's crime here because this is a crime. The question is, was it just outside random crime coming up and creeping up here in this area, or was it a crime within the family network? Someone that knew the family member, associated with the family member?
If they would
this
say
is a
the
crime.
ransom notes were real, I think we would definitely, I would think that, but they can't confirm that. Are they real or are they a hoax?
Because if it's an outsider that did this, that should be concerning to every resident because it could happen to them next.
Exactly.
If it ends up being a rando person, which the statistics say no. The statistics say like 1%, like a total outsider with no connection to the family would do this.
And
in any kidnapping.
And an 84-year-old is even lower.
Exactly. An 84-year-old is even more bizarre.
They don't even have a team, I heard, that tracks elderly kidnappings. Like, specialize in that. It's so, that's how rare it is. They don't even keep, that's what it was. They don't even keep stats of people, I guess, over 80 getting kidnapped.
Logically.
I mean, because think about this though. Even kidnapping a 84-year-old woman out of a kidnapping, if it was a random, it's a liability.
Yes, exactly.
It's a liability because of the person mobility issues, fear, medications. It's a liability opposed to kidnapping a 20-year-old, 30-year-old person. All forms of kidnapping is wrong, but to elevate it to an 84-year-old, it's like.
But if they were kidnapping her and they actually kept her alive, that would be an easier person to keep kidnapped. The 84-year-old isn't going to fight back. Yeah, they're not going. They're just going to. Hey, if they're getting fed and.
But you're kidnapping her to hold her for a while for a reason.
That would
takes you back to
84 years old.
Savannah and the Guthrie family.
Yeah, it could be someone close wanting to get revenge for her media power. That's what people do say.
Yeah, this is, nobody wants to hear this, but my opinion is it was a robbery that went wrong.
So you really think it was a stranger robbery?
That's what I believe. I believe it was just a stranger robbery. Robbery went wrong. Probably it hurt the woman, and then God took her out of here.
For whatever
reason. But didn't
reason.
take nothing in the house.
She might have had jewelry that they could have.
On her?
On her. If you see that picture, she's got what is that, an emerald necklace?
But how does a robbery go wrong with an 84-year-old in the house, though?
Right? They panicked and wanted to get out of there and hide the body.
Because she's a witness.
And they were just, at that point in time, they're just trying to get rid of her.
That is a theory.
And nobody wants to hear that, and I don't want to even.
That's what I mean. That's one of the plausible things when people think this is what happened. Then all of a sudden, it's one of the more obvious things, even though there's lots of unique aspects to this because it is basically America's reporter sweetheart. Everybody loves Savannah.
And if you were going to do a kidnapping, you would kidnap her sister for the right, because the mother would be a liability.
My mind's taking me someone that's close to the family.
Yeah.
That has been in that house prior.
That is a good point. Is
well, no. I'll retract that a minute. Not necessarily been in the house, but the person that instructed someone to do this has been in that house.
Makes sense.
Again, it could be a hit job. It could be a low-budget hit job by somebody close to the individual that has been in this house. What I'm saying is, and it's case in point. The other day, they detained a bunch of people from a house. Okay? Multiple people. Well, this could be a conspiracy with
multiple people.
Even though if it's not them, obviously, I don't feel like it's them. But whoever this ends up being,
they might.
I feel like there's a conspiracy here. Whoever the perp is in a conspiracy. And I don't even think it's like the perp victimizing the family member to get the information from to do this. I feel like someone close to the family instructed somebody to do this and or involved and did it themselves close to the family.
That's one theory. I mean, I think there's what would be the top 3 theories? That would be one of them, I think.
my mind. But I say this a lot. I go back to Moscow, Idaho, with Brian Kohlberger, a total outsider that just goes in and does this to, goes into a house, and everyone at the time was speculating it was people close to the victims, Greek fraternity members, people around that neighborhood, and ends up being an outsider that seems to be stalking them prior, but has really no connection that law enforcement 100% said a connection between, and a guy that just arrives and
just, I mean,
10 minutes
look,
away.
You look at this house and you look at all the other houses, right? This is the one you could literally get to their front door the quickest. Sorry, I'm right in front of the camera. You can literally go right in front of this house versus most of them have these long, I mean, there's a couple that are close, but this one, for whatever reason, think how close, how quick would it take you to get to that if you drove in and got to that front door? So that is one thing where if it was random, this house would be the easiest one because on this street, it's right off the main road.
I would say there's plenty of other more easy homes.
Did you see what I sent you this morning?
No, not yet.
I'm going to let you get the interview first.
I don't think she was kidnapped. We would have heard. Listen, there would have been a video. There would have been a photograph. There would have been something. A lock of hair, a drop of blood, something mailed to somebody so they could verify, yes, in fact, these people have my mother. Kidnappers want to get paid quickly. They don't want this thing to linger. If you're negotiating with another drug dealer in South America somewhere, it could go on for a few weeks, a month, until they get bored and decide this is not worth it. And it's either pay up or we're going to kill this person. And it's always a negotiation, right? The first figure they throw out is never what actually gets paid, like any good business deal. There's going to be a negotiation, but it's going to be a fast and hard one. And there's been no negotiations.
No negotiations.
Hey, where's my money? That hasn't happened. For the simple reason is nobody's kidnapped her, I don't think. If you're a good kidnapper, you're going to grab the medication on the way out the door. Because you're going to have to take care of her. You're going to have to keep her alive and healthy, right? So it shows a total lack of planning. The total lack of forensic evidence of anyone being in that house, of grabbing her, is another clue that she wasn't kidnapped. You walk in somewhere, you're going to leave something. I don't care who you are. You're going to leave some DNA, some footprints, some fingerprints, blood if anyone gets cut on glass or whatever. Listen, the FBI is great at crime scene processing. They've been processing this thing for, 6, 7, 8 days now. They've got nothing. If they had something, we'd have heard about it. I think she walked away. I think she had a senior moment. Urinary tract infection, a little Alzheimer's, a number of different things at 84 that affect older people. I'm understanding she lived by herself. Who knows? Wrong medication taken, and an hour later you got a disaster brewing. The problem was it became public very quickly, and my guess is the Russians or Nigerians said, hey, here's an opportunity to make a few dollars. We don't have a body, we don't have proof of anything, we're just going to hope that they panic and pay us. Her mother would be an attractive kidnap target, except for the fact that, you kidnap somebody like that, and you better batten down the hatches because, man, everybody's coming for you. Everyone. The entire law enforcement apparatus of Arizona is in gear, the FBI, probably ATF, probably DEA, everyone's jumping on this bandwagon. There's probably 500 people assigned to this case right now. I don't think anybody in position of authority believes she's alive at this point. And no one wants to say it publicly. This is the problem, right? Listen, when you see the FBI in the roof a week later and helicopters have been filming that roof for nonstop for 7 days, we're reaching. They got nothing else to do. They got nothing left, and someone said, hey, get up on the roof, take a look again. Well, I'm sure somebody did take a look for cell phones or any evidence of someone coming off the roof after she came home. A great place to hide, right? I mean, all the technology we have turned up nothing. A lot of that is because she lives in an area that has light pollution issues, and they don't want lights. So ring cameras don't work, surveillance cameras don't work. I mean, they've got nothing. They've got no film. They got no evidence that she was taken by anybody at this point, other than some hokey ransom letters, which aren't saying anything except send us money to this untraceable account. I think, unfortunately, it's going to end badly. Mrs. Guthrie's probably going to be found deceased somewhere. I doubt she walked off and someone picked her up and, or eating tea and cupcakes somewhere in Arizona area. I very much doubt it. I mean, she has medical issues. I think if she was taken, we'd pretty much know for sure at this point she was really taken. There'd be some forensic evidence to help indicate that happened. Because the feds aren't talking about it, I'm pretty sure there's no forensic evidence indicating she was kidnapped at all. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. Doesn't bother me to be wrong. Seldom am I wrong.
So that came from the New York Post. Title of the article, a clip, why the Nancy Guthrie kidnap theory doesn't add up. And it's coming from veteran homicide investigator Paul Cialino. If I'm butchering his last name, I apologize. Who worked with 48 Hours in CBS News as a on-air expert. Says key elements of the true kidnapping aren't present in the Nancy Guthrie case. With more than 25 years appearing on hundreds of programs across major U.S. and Canadian networks, he says, he points to the lack of negotiations, forensic evidence, and planning signs as major red flags. So that's his take.
That was probably 25 years ago.
I'm gonna grab a Gatorade. I'll be right back in a few. Live scene outside the home of Nancy Guthrie. Continuous coverage. JLR Investigation. Be right back.
All right. That part right there. Oh, okay. My new 4x1. Nice. Stuff made. That right here.
Because everyone's freaking out.
Jeez, we are really grasping at straws here.
Well, they wrote the statement, and it sounds like it's out there.
been all over it. His dad goes, oh my God, you're on it. Because one of the cameras that was going in front of me. Yes, yeah. I was out. I was like, you got something. The whole country. Then she sent me a clip. Service is bad.
Yeah, they've been doing that every day. It's like they do this like countdown thing of like the top 5 and 5, and they want everybody.
My mom got so excited. She always gets so excited when she sees me on TV. It's funny.
Yeah, I mean they're like number 2, and then some other people will be that. I don't write anything like that, but something. Yeah, just something. So the after our next last live, got like another 2 hours.
We are still here, day 15. Put in the chat what state, what country you're signing in from.
But I did an interview with Channel 13. I saw you on 13 earlier. You did good. So I said, I'm not gonna go attack Daniels because they wanted. What do you think about what the sheriff's doing? I said, I'm not going.
He has, you know.
He screwed up. I mean, what can you say? He screwed up.
Like he has a lot of hope, but hope doesn't solve investigation. Right? Hope is good for people. I mean, I don't know what sheriffs put out.
I tell you what, where he really messed up is when they got when he got here. They should have put it out and said, Nancy.
Yeah, no, it's no one wants to call it like that.
No matter what, at that point in time, there was an abduction. Maybe not a kidnapping, but it was
It's the same thing we have Holly Dassler. The last time she was seen on St. John Bucks. The next time she was found, she was
No, it's
back. The thing for that, she wasn't that long. Was he able to be involved? Well, I would put
and I'm only knowing about it because they keep sending me because they know I'm out here with Nancy, but they're sending me messages to me on this person, that person, that person.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same way on whoever goes missing. I just put the rule out with my mountain. We had drones out, 2 or 3 different trips up there, and they're bailing out about 6 days. 5 to 6 days tops.
okay. He's going to leave for a little bit, but don't pull up all the way if you don't mind, because we're trying to hold the station.
You heard her use it on it, dude. She goes, well, there's people that look like me. She used that because she couldn't use it for Hispanic because she knows I'm Hispanic. Yeah. And she knows my parents. She's friends with some of my family. She came to realize that. No, because I look like. Now it's my appearance. And I'm like, oh my God. And I did it one day. I told her. She did that. She said, abducting people that they're kidnapping people that look like me. And I said, well, I don't know. Nobody's kidnapping my family, and they all look like you, and they were sitting in the front row. Hey, you getting kidnapped? They all, nope. You get pulled over, harassed, anything. So that's wrong. It's like Colorado today. Yeah, okay, it looked like me. My whole family was sitting in the front row. All looked just like me. All understand. I did. I said, any of you been pulled over and harassed by the police because you look like her? Yeah, nope. Not before they have it here. And my cousin, Georgie, who I had to block on Facebook. He's friends with that kid. Yeah, every time I'm out working, they arrest me. They try to arrest me. You're the only one in the entire Gutierrez family that they try to arrest. Come on. You know? No, one of my other friends.
Passport or title. I mean, they're just.
That's why I was glad about it.
They just start coming back. They run forever. Yeah. Right, even with the past, like the entire experience of the days, I really get rid of them because they won't take them.
It's like a
Yeah.
yeah, no,
I mean, Scott.
Not that, but
those Johnny Boy, Johnny. The difference between Johnny Boy and conservative, George far left. Yeah, hopefully that's where I have a lot of experience, I guess. Yeah. I they're not right. All being stepdad and my mom. They were very cocky. Real close to you. That's why I feel like my dad had major. I mean, when you mentioned my dad raised, I mean raised.
how
I took him to the border.
Well, yeah, and I figured if I get around 10 days,
I don't know. I kind of agree with some of the things that I've heard said during this stream. I mean, other than that, those images that they've supposedly gotten off that Nest camera and the blood out on the front stoop, I don't know. But then again, I'm also one of those that feel like the cops don't owe us anything. We're just people. We're just regular, everyday citizens. They don't owe us nothing. It's not like these YouTube creators or media. None of them have been validated. Just because you can hop on a plane or whatever and fly across the country to another state doesn't make you a journalist. I mean, yes, I understand there's independent journalists, and those are our best journalists. But there's training involved in it. You need to learn how to ask questions. You need to learn how to respect people's privacy above everything else. And I mean, my mom is 83, my dad is 87, and I don't even know how I would feel if one of them was missing and I had no idea of where they were. But one thing that I do know is I don't think I would want my neighborhood and my neighbors flooded with YouTube creators. I mean, let's just say it how it is. Do I think that some of these YouTube creators are good people? Sure, I do. They're probably some of the most amazing people. But I also know some YouTube creators that are about batshit crazy. Because I've watched them. But while I am on here, I do want to say that I appreciate JLR and him allowing those of us that are interested in this case to stream his content. Not many people are that generous. I don't know, this is just sad. I mean, I don't know how much of that direct area right there they've actually walked and searched. Excuse me. I mean, it is possible that she walked out. I mean, let's be honest. We've all heard the stories of elderly people just walking out of their home. It's very common. Whoa, JLR. Mercy. I know this can't be easy for her children. And I hope and pray that the accusations about her son-in-law and his husband are not true. I've seen no evidence, no nothing pointing to his direction, but I just hope it isn't true for the family's sake.
All right, I'm here, folks. I stepped away for a minute, but I do want to share something with y'all about, let me put this down here. I'll show you an interesting perspective here about the black glove and that Zach guy in the Range Rover. Okay, so hopefully we can see okay.
All right. Yeah. Is he gonna be out here tonight or Monday?
All right, so the blue dot is where I'm at, and that's where the black set of gloves were found on Campbell, right, just south. It's Campbell Avenue, and it's about a mile or so from Nancy's home. Now, if we expand out, remember we went down to the Bat Bridge area. It's a river. We went to the Bat Bridge. We did a live there. We went to the intersection, River Road, East River Road, and Campbell, right? Now, that guy that they detained at that Culver's, he literally, I'm not going to share his address, but he literally lives in an apartment complex on Campbell, on the same road the gloves were found. He lives on an apartment complex just across the river, like literally across the river. He lives 3 miles from Nancy's home on Campbell. So it's just interesting that they got that guy at the Culver's, took his vehicle. I don't know where his vehicle is at this time, but he literally lives on Campbell where those black set of gloves are at. So I just wanted to point that out about that guy, the Zach guy. His name is Zach. Now, he hasn't been arrested. He has been released. But maybe the gloves, as we heard the reports of the gloves, they're being tested now. They found DNA, and it's going to CODIS. So I just wonder if you know, the fact that they even testing the gloves makes me think that the perp took the way out and got onto Campbell, which is the up and down going through the Catalina foothills, worked his way down, and we should see. I don't know what's going to come out of that, but that's possibly some pieces here. Maybe not. What do you think? They're waiting for DNA and forensics from the vehicle. And now, I went to his apartment complex today. He lives in it's weird because the apartment complex is like surrounded by a giant gate. And surrounded by a giant gate, I looked in there both sides. There's 2 entrances gated. It's that big signs, no trespassing. But I was on the outside looking in, and I saw racks of cars and vehicles. I did not see the Range Rover, and I scanned the entire parking lot on both sides. So the Range Rover's not there. So I don't know if he got the Range Rover back, but he definitely lives there. So take it for what it is.
How far was that from here?
We just heard the story on the gloves.
Yeah.
Remember, I went live at River Road at the Bat Bridge?
Yeah.
He lives a half mile away from the Bat Bridge on Campbell. He lives on Campbell.
Yeah, those are nice apartments, yeah.
No, it was not.
Well,
there's a lot of apartments there, but it
was
wasn't necessarily nice. But it was gated. Like, as far as you can't even get into the complex without going in the gate.
Was there a code entry?
Yeah.
Because if they did, they could see people coming. You know, that code is.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And that would be a good point, is should this neighborhood in the future get...
Or is he just not the person? But what?
Well,
But the Fox News is reporting him. He was Pima County's person of interest.
Mhm.
The sheriffs had him as a person of interest. That's out there in the media. So, why would they have this guy as a person of interest? One, he kind of does look like.
Yep.
He kind of does look like the perp. The proximity of where he lives. I mean, he does.
Oh, I saw
mean,
that photo and I was like,
I mean, do you
wow.
think this guy kind of looks like him?
It does. I mean, the eyes.
Zach.
The eyes. The eyes.
This is Zach. This is the guy at the Culvers in the Range Rover. He lives on Campbell. I'm not going to say the address, but he lives in apartments on Campbell. The direction where the gloves were found on Campbell. That now are being tested. So, why did Pima County sheriffs have this guy as a person of interest? And is he still a person of interest? They're just waiting for the see if there's a match or any type of forensic match on him. So, or is he just not involved whatsoever?
Well, this has a homeowners association.
Mm-hmm.
You would think after this event that they might put a guard box where you have to put your code to get in here, right? Because if they had that, nobody would have been able to get in here without being seen into the entire neighborhood. So,
And I have some new breaking news, folks. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. I'm staying in Tucson, Arizona through at least next week. There you go. Dun, 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 dun. Boots on the ground. Continuous coverage. We here through at least next week. We're not going anywhere, folks. We're not going anywhere. So everything is set on that aspect. We will be here covering the latest of what's going on and where they go next. So a lot of people were asking how long you're going to be here, JLR. Well, we're here covering. Everyone wants to hear about the case, know about the case. Here we are. So at least we have eyes. Now the question is, when I went and took a Gatorade break for a second, spoke to a news reporter that's been out here for a while, and he suspects there's going to be possibly more detainments, but he's like, there's no way they're going to do it like they did it before with the SWAT and everything like that. He's just like, there's no way. It's too embarrassing at this point, if they do more detainments of
But
just
they're
people bringing in.
you said they're watching that SWAT truck. So as soon as that
Everyone's
SWAT truck
watching the
moves,
SWAT truck. So as soon as that SWAT truck moves, everyone's on it. We'll know something's going
we might
on.
not know the address.
You might not know the address until after the fact, which, I think that's good in a sense.
Totally, yeah.
I think that's good. I think Brian Enton played that good because he got wind of where they were, but he did not reveal their location, because it would have been look what we had when we were up in that one place. We had like 50 people out there, not just us, but 50 other people. Some were following us, going there, whatever.
Yeah.
But imagine if you got wind of a SWAT before the SWAT happened, and there was media out there just sitting out there waiting. I mean, that's crazy. So, aftermath, good. But I'd like to see a SWAT in action. I want to see the perp or potential perp be taken out in cuffs.
That guy was in tears as he was driving.
I'm sorry?
That guy was in tears as he was driving.
He was in tears?
Yeah. As he was passing Nancy's house.
OJ is taken care of. OJ's great right now. OJ has company. OJ is superb. I miss my little kitty. Well, my little kitty's going to get rewarded with Fancy Feast. People are asking about OJ. All right, so, folks. Still live at the scene here. So glove is being tested, huh?
And what else?
Possibly connected to the perp.
And they found some inside. Is that what I heard too? They have Or are you talking about the outside ones?
The ones on the road.
Yeah.
So they found multiple different gloves at multiple different locations, but have determined they belong to like media outlets and whatnot.
Okay.
But the gloves on the side of the road. Gloves found near Guthrie home appear to match the suspects. DNA results imminent. So this could be the next thing in the next day. The DNA results. Nancy Guthrie latest. Task force awaits forensic results as search enters third week. The search for Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of NBC Today host Savannah Guthrie, entered its third week. FBI says it received preliminary forensic results in the Guthrie case. A FBI spokesperson told Fox News Digital on Sunday that a glove with a DNA profile recovered in the Nancy Guthrie case is different from other gloves that have been found and appears to match the gloves of the suspect seen in the video, surveillance video. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house, the spokesperson said, noting that most of them were searchers' gloves and they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the suspect. Experts say the gloves that the suspect appears to be wearing in a doorbell video outside Nancy Guthrie's home looks like nitrile gloves that are pulled over another pair of gloves. The FBI spokesperson said the gloves found in the field near the side of the road about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home were packaged up by the Pima County Sheriff's Department and sent overnight Thursday to a private lab in Florida, adding they arrived at the lab on Friday. The FBI received preliminary results on Saturday, according to the spokesperson, and are awaiting quality control and official confirmation before putting the unknown male profile into CODIS, the borough's national DNA database. The spokesperson said this process takes 24 hours from when the borough receives the DNA. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos told Fox News on Sunday that DNA results in the Nancy Guthrie case are still pending at the private lab in Florida and could take anywhere from 1 to 10 days, depending on the urgency we place on any one item. Well, there's urgency. The sheriff added that, as an example, a glove located 2 miles from the scene would get more attention than a glove found 10 miles away. Nano said that detectives prioritized certain submissions, but he did not elaborate on what those are or which results will come back first. So there you go. Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you. How are you?
See you. Hope you got some rest, young man.
Hopefully you did too.
I did.
It was a late night, right?
Yes.
You were out there pretty much the entire night. I saw you. You're out there.
You were supposed to be sleeping, young man. You were supposed to be sleeping.
I did yesterday.
When I'm not here, I'm watching you.
You want to come over and talk a minute? Share your channel. Share what's going on. Your name.
I appreciate that.
What's going on?
I'm out here. I have my umbrella.
Come on in.
Greetings. Thank you so much.
I forgot your name.
I'm Shantae.
Shantae.
But I'm Travel with Tay-Tay.
Travel with Tay-Tay.
I am, and the people that came over to my channel from JLR, thank you so much. I appreciate you being out here, even though you're not Tucsonan. He has been out here every day, and I'm grateful to have
You've
met
been out
you.
here regularly too. I see you with the
Since
umbrella
last
all the time,
Saturday.
walking and, and viewing. Okay, so you cover this case. What do you think? What's up? What are you vibing here? What are you seeing? What are you?
Okay, so I am as confused as everyone else, right? I just got the news of what the sheriff said in regards to it could be years. Even if that is the case, that is not something that I feel should be put out. We're out here. We all feel a solemnness. We want Nancy back. We're trying to be optimistic, even though we're on day 15. I'm hoping that the DNA that they did get, I was listening to you. I don't know the time frame of the DNA. I heard you say them putting it into CODIS in 24 hours. So I didn't know the time frame of that, but I thought SWAT was in regards to the DNA. So did KOLD News. I thought that, okay,
The DNA results came back, matched, go get the person.
Correct. Search warrant, I'm following you, SWAT. That's because that is normally what happens, right? So I'm confused as to the 3 people that were released, and I'm baffled. If it wasn't around town, professionals are saying that the Pima County Sheriff's Department said that it wasn't a forced entry. So if it wasn't forced entry, like we spoke about before, 99% of the time is someone that knew her, someone that was watching her. I don't know if that's actually true, that they said that there was footage that they were, watching her, that she was being watched for X amount of time. But I'm just sitting back waiting because it's like an emotional roller coaster. You think that we're going somewhere, it's like, okay, and it's like, okay, they're being questioned. Are they being slapped? I'm sorry. Are we being aggressive with I don't know. And then people are being released. So are they following false tips? Are they following the evidence, right? I've been scammed. So out of $16,000.
You have?
I have been scammed out of $16,000 by my own African American people during COVID. I invested in guest houses in the Gambia, West Africa. So I have sued people, sued corporations, myself in small claims, and hiring lawyers, right? So I understand the legal side of things. I do like true crime, but I like the legal side of things as well. We have to follow the evidence. Opinions really don't matter. And court is not what you know, is what you can prove. And who is the best person up there presenting that evidence, right? It's a show. Unfortunately, it's a show. Now, I'm following the evidence, and I hope that, I know the FBI and both are. When I've spoken to the FBI in Tucson multiple times in regards to, and they have confirmed that what has happened to me was a classic Ponzi scheme and international wire fraud. They scammed at least 65 of us out of $142,000, right? And now they're in Africa and they won't come back. Why? Because the government probably will get them. But also the thing is I'm trying to give the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI the benefit of the doubt, because there are a lot of wicked people out here, and a lot of crimes. There are a lot of crimes. When I called the FBI, they offered me, we're hiring. That's what they said. We are hiring. Now, unfortunately, I probably would have been using their resources to follow my case, but it's having me look at the police system, the court systems differently as an African American, because I was on the other side, and I did vote against the sheriff. I have been very clear about that, and that may have been my personal, because of what I've been through. We vote based on our own
experiences,
lives, right? Yeah, thank you. I couldn't get the word out. And how our life is. I've been here for 10 years, a decade. Are you 857?
Yes,
okay.
Ma'am.
I want to shake your hand. I got so many. Give me a fist bump. Thank you so much. I've been following you too.
Oh,
the
great.
Scanner.
Yep.
I love Tucson. I'm from the East Coast. I'm from New York and lived in New Jersey. From Jersey, lived in New York. I lived up and down the East Coast. And Tucson is a beautiful place, but based on my experience, I did vote against the sheriff. I think that this case, we know that cases like this make or break, right? It make or break a campaign. And how this is being handled, everyone is watching. And I hope that the Pima County Sheriff's Department does work with the FBI, because it's not about a person. It's not about a media. Yes, everyone is chasing the story, but everyone wants to know what is going on. Where is Nancy? That's the end result. And I just hope that law enforcement, the media, we have been good. We've been working together. We have been showing the law enforcement that we can work together, and they should too, because the final result is bringing Nancy home.
Well said.
Thank you.
Remind the viewers again where they can find your channel, because you're out here at different locations yourself.
Yes, I am Travel with Tay Tay, T-A-Y, Travel with Tay Tay. And I take you all, it's a lifestyle channel, and I do true crime podcasts on Fridays. So I have to follow this. I'm here. I live in this area. This is an affluent area. I am not affluent, but thank God I have the opportunity to live in this area. But Tucson is a beautiful place. Please do not allow this to stop you from visiting Tucson, okay?
Yeah.
Because this is an isolated event. When things like this happen, this is not about, oh, we're gonna die. That's not what this is about. Someone knows something. And I hope that whoever knows it will call 1-800, call FBI. Don't hold this in, because we see so many cases where families are suffering because people don't know where their family member is. This is the desert. It's easy to drop someone anywhere and never see them again. We do not want that to happen, please. Even if the sheriff says it's going to take years, please, family, pray for her and stay.
Because if he ring the doorbell, did she actually answer the door? Did she open? I mean, most people wouldn't if someone comes in, but how else? They haven't said how he got in or whoever got in.
Did somebody give you like a packet?
Yeah.
What was that? Let's analyze this. All right, 857 got a packet from some guy. What is this? Let's bring it over here. What do we got? Let's go in the shade. Let's go in the
He
shade.
said he has new cell phone technology.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's a packet that's. I mean, there's
Let me
at
see
least
what this is.
5 or 10 pages with the name. You want to go in the shade?
Yeah, go right here. I'll go right here. So my name is Jeff Reed of Traxcell Technology. Traxcell is proud to highlight the enduring legacy and wide-reaching benefits of technological breakthroughs developed by lead inventors. So, is this something he's saying that he could help track?
He said it's a new invention. He actually
New
called
invention.
this an invention. So maybe
Traxcell.
he's wanting to get this out to maybe help if it has some sort of technology with cell phones. I didn't even really read it yet.
So he's
this
selling
is
his
first.
services out here, or just I saw him with packets giving it out to
Yeah,
everybody.
he's just handing them out to media because he wants people to know about what he's doing here. So maybe
Well, I mean, any little thing help. That's him.
Yeah,
Let's bring him in. Let's bring him in, sir.
Mark,
you want to come over, share about your services? All right, come on in. You can come on the other side if you want.
I'm gonna hold your package.
Yeah, come on over here.
This side?
Yeah, come on here.
Okay.
So, hello.
Hey, how's it
How
going?
are you doing? What's your name?
My name is Jeff Reed.
Hi, Jeff. All right. So, can you see Jeff? Can everyone see
sure
Jeff?
can.
Jeff? All right, Jeff. What do you
Yep.
got? You're handing out? What's Traxcell?
Traxcell Technologies is basically the developer of the self-optimized network, which basically, you probably remember the Verizon ads that said, "Can you hear me now?"
Mm-hmm.
And they have these armies of people driving around in trucks and so forth, trying to manually tune the network. And that's why they're saying, "Can you hear me now?" Because they wanted to, road test the network to see if it was working well. Well, basically, what my invention and my co-inventor's invention does is it automatically self-tunes the network. It's the way that the system works today. And basically what they do is they could tune it from the office. They can use the signal coming in from the cell phone and basically tell if the send or receive strength is correct and adjust the network automatically. That's one of the inventions. Another of the inventions that Traxcell does is your live traffic routing. So when you're going to go somewhere and there's an accident or something like that, Traxcell's technology will route you around that accident to the fastest point. It's live traffic routing.
Can this technology benefit with this? Because you're handing it out here in this investigation in any way. What brings you here?
Basically, Traxcell has had a lot of bad press in the past.
Why?
Because these companies like Verizon and so forth that use Traxcell's technology without paying for it, well, it's to their benefit to give Traxcell a lot of bad press. And all I'm trying to do is to say, look at the benefit of the self-driving, the live traffic routing, and of the self-optimized network. These are positive things that Traxel has brought forth to society and has not been compensated by these big companies. For the most part, we've settled with AT&T, Motorola, several of them, but several of them we haven't. I'm not here to talk about the lawsuits, but I'm really here to talk about the positive things, positive press of inventions that Traxel has brought forth that are used in people's lives today.
But can your technology be assist in this Nancy Guthrie case? Or are you just here just?
No. Actually, yes, in a way, it does, because of the fact that one of the key cores of this technology is the monitoring of location. Just like how our traffic routing system can determine where the traffic jams are, and it can do it anonymously. See, it doesn't have to know that who's there. Well, anonymously, it can monitor the locations of this. Supposedly, this event took place at 2 or 3 in the morning, right? Mm-hmm. So it would be able to monitor and keep track where these cell phones are by using the location database.
But doesn't FBI CAST have that already? CAST?
Yes, but it would have been through technology that Traxel developed.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got it. They're using our technology. They're using our database to track where this is.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to add? I'm not really educated enough about this topic, but it was fascinating listening to you a little bit.
Well, I just, since you're really here about the Guthrie case, I will say that I'm the one who called 88 Crime and told them to count the number of bricks in the walkway so that they could determine the person's height when they were walking out.
You did that?
I did that.
Did you speak to FBI or law
I called
enforcement?
88 Crime, which is a local reporting agency. So that morning they were out there. The morning that I reported that, they were out there. They had the tent up, and they determined the height and the weight.
They came here because of you?
They weren't there before me.
Interesting.
Yep. And I will tell you something else that I passed along to them that I don't think anybody else has picked up on. I appreciate your coming forth and giving me some time, so I'll give you some time. One thing that I think is a possibility that I mentioned in the 88 crime call was that you would be able to take a computer profile of the person's face and strip away the mask, because you can more or less see his facial shape. And so if you and you can see his eyes, his mouth, and I think that there could be a composite brought forth that would have what this person really kind of looks like. In other words, it's not a white guy, it's not a black guy. It's probably a Latino, maybe an American Indian. It's between 25 and 35.
You think he's between 25 and 35?
Based on the photos, yeah. He's not 60. He's not 12. We need to work with probabilities here.
Anything else you want to add, man? Some people think you're fascinating, but you've got all types of comments. Some good, some bad. That everyone has opinions, right? Yeah. Well, anything else you'd like to add?
I appreciate people's time and listening. That's all.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks.
Good luck to you. Be safe.
Yeah, right on.
Thanks for being out here.
Yep. Have a good one.
All right. What do you think, folks? What's Crime 88?
Oh, so that's
like
that's
the Crime
our
Stoppers?
Local, yeah, do you have a local in Florida where people can call anonymously?
Oh, you took his paper.
I'll give this back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice to meet you.
What do you have in Florida? Do you have where people can text
Crime
them?
Stoppers.
Yeah, so we have people in Tucson can actually anonymously call. They won't ever know who it is.
Yeah.
They can send in a text anonymously. And so if you go to that page, there's probably, they list all the different homicides that haven't been solved, all that kind of stuff.
He thinks the purpose, Hispanic, 20 or Native American, 25 to 35. That's what he said, right?
Yeah, and I was thinking definitely, 20 to 25. That was kind of where I put it, just looking at the photos I saw.
All right, seems like it's getting a little bit more buzzy here. More people coming. Seems like.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the car.
Sure.
You want to keep this?
I don't. What do you think? You don't know.
Who knows, man?
Who knows, right?
Right?
Did you ever I'm live streaming. But
Oh, sure.
Did you ever catch the people out there that came home? Did they come back?
No. I spoke with the neighbor.
Yeah.
But I haven't been able to reach the actual people whose house got searched.
What does the neighbors have to say?
Yeah, they were home. A deputy brought the mother of the guy over because she was home and her son wasn't. It's the two of them living together.
Yeah.
And that the mom had no idea what the hell was going on. She couldn't be in the house when they were searching it, and so they had initially taken her into a police cruiser.
Uh-huh.
I think that's why people thought that this mother was detained or arrested or something, so that they just had to remove her from the house. But
Because
it's
execute
raining.
the warrant.
Exactly.
And it's raining.
It's raining. It's night, and so eventually, apparently, this is according to the neighbor, that the deputies offered the mom a place to stay for the night, like a hotel or something. But she realized that her next door neighbors were home and they've known each other for 30 years, and so she said, "No, just take me over there." And that's where she stayed that night, while they're executing the search. And meanwhile, I think they pull over the son, at Culver's. They do the whole scene with the Range Rover and everything.
So that he's from the
Potentially.
So they're saying it's enough. They're saying
that's what we don't know.
There's two separate guys.
Yeah, it's interesting.
There's two separate guys.
Okay.
The guy at the Culvers is not related
from
to
the.
them.
Oh,
The guy
okay.
from the Culvers is a totally different guy.
Okay,
That lives
okay.
a little
okay,
distance. But
Okay.
it's interesting that both happen at the
exact same time.
At the same time.
Yeah. So we've been trying to reach the guy who lives at that house to get a sense of what the heck happened and that sort of thing. So, but we've been calling and nothing. So
It doesn't seem like anyone's back at that house. I keep going over.
Have you gone over there?
I went over there earlier today. Nobody was there. I went there probably about 4 or 5 times yesterday. There was media out there all the way up to evening time, still camped out there with their cameras, waiting for
him to come home,
waiting for somebody to come home.
Because Carlos, it was
Carlos comes out, sets the record straight immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if he regrets that, whatever, like that, but. I think they're leaning away from Carlos. I think that was just whatever.
Yeah.
But probable cause, you have to get a judge to sign. What's
question.
probable cause? And in this, every jurisdiction, every state has probable cause. It's the lowest of the threshold, right?
Yeah.
So what gets a judge to sign probable cause for somebody to go into somebody's home?
Yeah. Good question. What did they pull out?
Did they just say because we got a tip, it looks like him? That's probable cause.
We haven't seen the search warrant,
No.
obviously.
Are they because are they sealed or?
Yeah. We haven't been able to pull. I tried to take a look at it. Every case document, something like that, filed in federal court down here, and nothing came up that I recognized. So, anyways, good to see you again, Joe.
Nice to see you. Where's he going? What's going on up there? Sheriff went up to the neighbor's home. Let's go see. Neighbor went up to the neighbor's. Sheriff went up to the neighbor's home. What's this about?
should do is just walk a full circle and get my steps in, right? Let's do that. Let's do that.
Drone up. Sheriff came up above. I don't know if he's just perched or what. What do you think? This guy pulled in. Trespasser, maybe? He's on his radio. They about to do another operation? Shift change? Nah, this is the first time I see a sheriff come up here. Want the bird's eye view? I don't know. This other, well, maybe it's shift change because this other vehicle came out. Now down the road. Unless something's going down. This person now came out. Down here. Let's see. Where's 857? So the sheriff out here in this vehicle came across. Let me go over here and see. Might be shift change or something. Maybe more people are coming. $11:43. Maybe it's a 12 p.m. shift change. Maybe. Yeah, he's coming back down. This guy's coming back down. He nodded his head. Shift change. Maybe. Probably a shift change. Bathroom break. This is weird. Like he came in like, I don't know, he came in with like stone face, like he was up to something, like he was like about to do a mission. I think it turned into a shift change. Nothing to nothing. Well, we were saying, I think they do 6-hour shifts, so the 6-hour shifts. Or something could be happening. All right, he's just letting them know something. Oh, he's leaving. The other one's coming in. That's what it is. All right, rotation. Nancy Guthrie's home. Shift change. Shift change. Let's see where he goes. Oh, he's going up there pretty hard. Nope, he's turning the other way.
Okay. I'm gonna share this. We're gonna watch this.
Breaking this afternoon in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the FBI says one of the gloves recovered appears to match the gloves of the suspect in their surveillance video, and the FBI has recovered DNA from it. Let's bring in retired NYPD Lieutenant Darren Porcher. Darren, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Mike.
What is your reaction to this breaking news on the search for Nancy Guthrie and specifically the glove with DNA in it?
Well, Mike, this is not just a lead. This has the potential to be breaking news because this is the crack in the case that we're looking for. How can we apply an identification as it relates to who we saw in the video to a DNA sample? And fortunately, this seems as if it's going to come to fruition because we're going to run this and we're going to place this information into the CODIS database to see if this individual, in fact, has DNA in the CODIS database. The CODIS database has information for all individuals that are arrested in the 1990s up until now. And hopefully this will be what we need to garner us into the directional path of rescuing Nancy as well as bringing the perpetrators to custody as in relation to this case.
There was a big SWAT team FBI raid late Friday night that got a lot of us excited. I was watching very closely, but it did not produce any arrests. Does that disappoint you?
Well, Mike, it is disappointing, but at the same token, we have to take in consideration there was a magistrate that signed off on this warrant. In order for a magistrate to sign off on a warrant, there needs to be probable cause. And oftentimes, the magistrates or the judges will demand information to support if probable cause exists as it relates to what law enforcement brings forth. So it's an unfortunate occurrence, but this also shows that the men and women in law enforcement are vigorously working towards gaining a lead to concluding this case with an apprehension and bringing Nancy back home. So I don't see it as an error. I see it as police doing what's necessary to bring Nancy back home.
2 weeks later, do you think Nancy Guthrie is in that close radius to her home, or do you fear she's far from Tucson at this point?
Well, Mike, we're 60 miles away from the Mexican border, and that's oftentimes been a point of contention as it relates to the international line and her possibly being brought there. I'm optimistic, and I genuinely believe that this is a localized operation, and I think that she's in the local area. However, one of the things that's being done right now is, based on her pacemaker, we have now flown overhead devices to try to connect with the pacemaker to to see if we can find her in this localized area. So I'm hopeful that she's still in this area of Tucson, and we can bring her back.
Let's go back to the breaking news of the moment, which is that glove that appears to match the glove that we've seen in the surveillance video of the suspect. How confident are you, or how excited are you about that development leading to our suspect?
I'm extremely excited and elated, and this shows the tenacity of law enforcement to move at breakneck speed to try to gain a clue as it relates to cracking this case. I genuinely believe that we're going to have a positive outcome as it relates to the analysis of this DNA, and this is a key component in getting us to that point. So going back to what you asked me, I'm excited about it, and I think that we're going to have a positive result in cracking this case.
Yeah, let's hope and pray we get some answers and bring Nancy home to her family. Darren Porcher, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
And as we continue to follow the Guthrie investigation all day long, a reminder, anyone with new information is asked to call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or the Pima County Sheriff tip line at 1-520-351-4900.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Let's bring in Morgan Wright. He's the CEO and founder of the National Center for Open and Unsolved Cases. He is live outside of the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Tucson. Morgan, it's great to have you back on the program. You have such great insights, especially because this case seems unsolved. Can I just start from the very beginning here? Because I'm still very confused. This looks like a home invasion, at least on the face of it, gone wrong. Many people think it is. But if it is a home invasion, why would someone go into a house, presumably to burglarize it, something go wrong, and then take the body with them? Why would they not just leave the body there and get the heck out?
You know, that is one of the toughest questions to answer. You know, when you look at it, so
I look at it from the eyes through a detective first, say, behaviorally, what does it tell me? Well, the person is very comfortable being where they're at. What does comfort tell you? It's that they don't expect to be caught, that they maybe are familiar with the terrain, or they have a way that they have a way they know to escape the area, exfil from the area quickly. Now, what we don't know, and this is where the importance of the pacemaker is so vital. That's the best unbiased witness we have right now, which is at 2:10 when that pacemaker pinged. Did it show normal heartbeat like she normally has? Did it show she was in distress? Or did the telemetry show there was no heartbeat? And then that gives us an idea based on what happened in the timing. So yeah, to your point, why would it happen? There's most people that when they commit property crimes, you'll see burglaries during the day. They do it because it's low risk for them. They don't want anybody home. We've seen high-profile athletes have their homes broken into. Why do they do that? Because they know they're at the Super Bowl or they know they're at a game. In this case, there's a confrontation. We don't know what started the confrontation. And this gets into why the sheriff said there was DNA found inside the house, but it was not blood. So that gets you to lead. Was there a confrontation where the mask was pulled off, the ski mask was pulled off and hair fell down, and that's the foreign DNA that we're looking at. So then you ask, why would they happen? There's one hypothesis is that once she pulled the mask off, she could see him, and he was scared that she would recognize him. And then maybe she was alive when they came out, and that's why they did it. Look, I don't want to get into conspiracy theories, but if you follow the facts and follow the blood trail, we know that the blood came out on the front porch down 2 steps, but the blood stopped at the end. So at some point, we know we're introducing a vehicle into it. Then a vehicle introduces a question: is there another person?
So you raise lots of really great questions there about what the pacemaker registered, and we don't know the answers to those, but we can be pretty confident that the police do have the answers to those questions, correct?
Yeah, and that gets back into the helicopter. Actually, when I was flying out here, a friend of mine who's uber smart, Dave Kennedy, you guys have had him on, his trusted sec. Him and I testified in Congress together on healthcare.gov. We were going back and forth. How would we do this? Now, I know that the sheriff's office used a helicopter. We wanted to use a drone, and so David had already created, he's got a prototype working, because you have what's called the high-gain amplification antenna on the bottom. A helicopter creates a lot of interference sometimes, electromagnetic interference, but that's why they're flying low to the ground. So the reason you fly low to the ground is that's low-power Bluetooth. But if we know, and I'm sure this is why they're doing it, with that pacemaker, it has what's called a MAC address, a machine addressable, but that's the unique identifier for it. It's broadcasting. And so Dave's already written the software, you can narrow it down to where that's the only signal we're looking for. Wow. And so what you do is you use what's called an omnidirectional antenna to scan a big area. Oh, I have a ping over here, then a directional antenna vectors you in. So that's what they're doing. They're looking for the way that the pacemaker communicates with the iPhone. That's the signal they're looking for. And those pacemakers can go for 10, 12 years on that lithium battery.
Have you ever seen a case solved by doing this?
No, not yet. But what's interesting is that the medical industry does this all the time. They look, well, what's our line of sight? What's our communications? They want to know, as they design these devices for safety and security, how far out can you go? Well, if I can see you, you can see me. Right. So
I mean, it's new technology.
Then that's what it's doing with that signal.
Yeah. I love how you call the pacemaker the witness. It's true.
Yeah, it is true. And actually, when you talk about you haven't seen a case solved yet with this, Bluetooth sniffer, if you will. We have seen recent cases. We were pointing out that the Brian Koberger case took 47 days to get him. And in that case, it was the cell phone data that was crucial to the case. So are investigators obviously looking still into cell phone data, and can it be coupled with what they may be able to gain with the Bluetooth?
Yeah, actually, I've got a team working right now, 2 teams of 2 analysts. We're dumping all the data, but there's 2 things. So there's 2 aspects to this. One's called cell site location information. That's where you're looking at the phone itself, pinging the towers to say, hey, here's where I'm at. This is how they find your calls. This is how they find me in Tucson. But the problem with that is you have to subpoena each carrier individually. There's no nationwide dump. So you have to subpoena each carrier individually. The difference between that and ad tech data, ad tech is your mobile devices on your phone, and they're pinging. How does my phone know I'm in Tucson? Because one of my apps are pinging, giving my information back to advertisers. Well, advertisers on those apps sell it to a data aggregator, which is lawful. Just want everybody to understand it's lawful. When you download an app, you say, yes, I agree to do this. What we're doing now, we can do what the cell site can't do, is we can take a dump of an entire area regardless of carrier, and what we do is we look for patterns of activity. So back to your point about
Do we see ingress activity? Do we see people staging, which is, we found an interesting cluster about a half a mile from where the glove was found on the side of the road. I don't know, I'm not connecting them yet, but it was interesting, which that location is 400 meters from Nancy's home. So we're looking at taking that data, but that's what you can do with ad tech data that you can't do with cell site data, because we don't need a warrant for that. We put it all together, and now we've been crunching. We've now gone back 6 months and dumped a ton of data, which gets into a really big file. But we've got what's called a retrieval augmented generation, the RAG. So we're actually using that inside AI engines to look at human behavior. Is a person walking? So I could tell the difference between if you're walking or in a car. Well, that gets into, to your point earlier about how would they get out of there, right? So even with Kohlberger, he turned off his phone, then turned it back on. That's actually a behavioral clue. That shows also consciousness, but it shows, but it tells me, it tells that absence is also evidence to say, okay, he stopped here, but that's the behavior we're looking for. Which signal came into the area, shut off, waited. We know the time frame. That's why the narrowing the timeline is so important. And then it turned back on. Now we can say, oh, that's a device of interest. Let's track it.
Morgan, this is just absolutely fascinating, and we look forward to digging further into it as the show goes on. Great stuff, Morgan Wright. Thanks, Morgan.
Thanks, Morgan.
Thanks, Hugh.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
I had a guy in there who talked to me, his wife moved out here, and she's from Philly. So I was like, oh, he's from Philly, huh? And he's a drone guy. And so I told her to give the husband that had to give me calls. And I went out and said, hey, we have a spot. He's got as much as he's got.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going. How are you?
Good. 857.
Hey.
How are you?
Hey.
Hey, I'm gonna have some waters and snacks and stuff down the street.
What's your name?
Craig.
Damien.
Damien.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Are you filming today, or?
A little bit on my own.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing
Yeah,
big.
we'll be here.
All right, sounds good.
Oh yeah, did you find the weather? You were saying, I remember when you looked it up, did you ever get the weather, what it was that day? Or was
Yeah, it was around 70 and 50
So it
in
was
that
like
range.
cooler.
Yeah, it was a cool night, and 70. It's like kind of what it's been the last couple of days.
Yeah, this
this is what it's like normally. When it rained the other day for that long of a period, that was actually very rare.
But it's supposed to actually get cooler here.
Yeah, I heard there might be another storm coming this week, but I don't know how big. Because some of our storms, I mean, an hour it comes in and it's gone. That one on Friday night, that one stuck around.
'68, 72, 61, 63, 59 on Thursday, Friday, 60 rain.
On Thursday and Friday, rain?
Yeah, well, Thursday cloudy, 59 high. And we're talking lows in the low 40. Quiet.
Yeah, man, everybody's the Sunday day of rest. People
I think it's better to be out here than just sitting in a hotel room waiting for something to break, you know?
People want us to discuss the theories.
Yeah, this is a place where it's just you can discuss the theories, share, hear what everyone else says, present questions, see a live stream. You know, we have phones on us, so we know whenever there's something new that another journalist breaks or somebody shares, and we'll share that with you. That's what it seems like this has been going on for the last couple of days, or at least yesterday was kind of like the same thing too.
Because you got to think the main investigators, they can't work 7 days a week, even though
I think they're working on the weekends though.
Yeah, they probably have.
But they talk about they have like a command center, and then they act on the command center and go out on tips or whatever. The command center, I believe, is at the FBI office.
I thought I heard the church, or was that just that day?
That was that day when they were going around the neighborhood. They would
Okay,
use the
they were
place
using
for
the
like,
parking lot?
just like they do SWAT. They go
Yeah.
to like a location.
Because with the protest, the mayor was trying to get it where no federal officers could go on city property.
No federal officers could go on city property.
After the whole ICE thing,
Oh,
the
really?
mayor they were trying to pass an ordinance, no federal officers on city-owned property.
That's interesting. Does that still apply?
I can pull it up, but yeah, that just happened right after that big last national shutdown.
Uh-huh.
That was right around then when they even brought it to the floor in the city council. I have horrible service, so every time I search, I just keep spinning.
Thank you, Kennedy XOXO, for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you. 5 new members. JLR Investigates, courtesy of Kennedy XOXO. It's going to be the new break in the case. Problem is, this terrain is rough. This terrain, I would say, is considered more rough than like mountains, just because of the cactus and the cacti.
Yeah.
And the rocks.
Well, and that's why they have the Pima County has a whole horse team.
A horse team.
Yeah, they have anytime, and that's where Chris Nanos, he goes, oh, I'm really experienced at search and rescue. Well, that's going into a mountain, not a kidnapping. He has no experience in a kidnapping. So when he's like, oh, we got all this equipment, well, that's for someone, a hiker that got lost. So when he's saying that, he's talking about that kind of rescue. And so they'll have I don't know how many horses, but it's a good amount, and they mount them up and they go hit the trails finding people.
Yeah.
So you would think at this point at least send them out. Why not? I mean, just maybe in different areas off the freeway or off the roads. If this area has been grid searched, because some people say they could have drove down the road and disposed of the body, a mile or two down the road, so to speak.
"857 was informing me that in order to get up to like the Mount Lemon, there's going to be no cell phone reception in those canyons going up. But it's because it would be pixelated.
It would cut out.
It cut out.
It would totally
until
cut
you
out.
get up to the top.
And then even at that,
no, top's good.
The top's good.
I've done that before. I've done it twice.
Yeah, Windy Point is another spot.
So they got the ski resort, and then a road continues to go up, and then you got to get out of your vehicle and go walk out.
Summer Haven.
Yeah,
it's called Summer Haven. Yep.
You can eventually get to the top ridge there and just stand there, and you can see you can see all this like whole
Beautiful.
valley.
The first stop when you go up is that Windy Point.
Yeah.
You remember there?
Yeah.
And then if you keep going there, it's another 5 miles up, and then you get up to.
I mean, there's all types of stops in between.
Yeah.
You can go with like
The thing
beautiful
about-
views.
Yeah, Nick, who was here, he actually used to run the ski lift up there for like over 5 years.
I mean, we could try and do it, I guess. But what happens if something breaks out here and we're up there on the mountain? It's going to take a while to get down. It takes, what, an hour to get down, up and down from there, doesn't it? About an hour?
What's up? What's up? Hello?
Hour or two. Hour. That's an hour.
Yeah.
Starlink.
All right, I'll give him a shout out. Okay. All right. Are you in there? All right, cool. I got to give a happy birthday shout out to one of my mods. Go ahead. Give a happy birthday shout out to one of the mods on 857 Tucson, Jeff Collicott. Shout out, happy birthday, Jeff.
Happy birthday, Jeff. Happy birthday, Jeff. Coming from JLR Investigates. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
So the good thing about this one that I have up is it's Oro Valley Police and just Pima County Sheriff. So it's the stuff, if anything pops in this area.
Yeah, we'll know. Anything pops. Star's starting to beam a little bit.
Yeah, it's hitting that golden hour.
Gatorade for birthday.
All right.
Not thirsty, are you?
No, I got one.
over here. I think we can get it.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm on.
You start over here on the left side of the campus, right there. We'll wait for this guy to get by. And walk at an angle. Then we'll have the school cross control.
I'm on here in Tucson, Arizona, where the kidnapping investigation is getting new scrutiny.
You have a hot iris.
I'm on here in Tucson, Arizona, where the kidnapping investigation is getting new scrutiny as the case drags on. I'm on here in Tucson, Arizona, where the kidnapping investigation is getting new scrutiny as the case drags on. Investigators show up in Nancy Guthrie for supplemental evidence. These influencers, these streamers, have audiences in the thousands. How over hear them, just start saying things that aren't facts, things that aren't reality, things that they have to check with local law enforcement with. And it's interesting to see in real time how this information, misinformation, snowballs into these false reports. Our colleague, Mark Santia makes an incredible point. Of course, it's just a distraction for the public. It's also a distraction for law enforcement officials because that takes time away from them trying to find trying to chase down these things, trying to find more evidence. It takes up their time trying to stuff
This is a nightmare.
She lives next door. Hi, Dulce. Like, sweet. You are sweet. Look at her. You are sweet. She's not, you said she's not sweet? She's a female. I have a female dog, and it's like, I'm in charge. I'm like, you don't pay any bills here. Right? She knows she hot stuff.
do a camera view move here, folks. Had to go get something to drink. Go over here. Get a little shade. Telemundo here. It feels so much relief in the shade. It really does. Drops like 5-10 degrees. Great.
So here's kind of a new update that I got from that.
What do you got?
Abby Blabby. But if you want to read her post, which is, I just copied and pasted it in her version.
Yeah, I know about this.
Oh, you read that? Okay.
Yeah, we've read about the DNA aspect of this entire thing. Maybe the glove will have DNA of the perp, and apparently, you know, it's the perp. I mean, they just say there's DNA in the glove. It doesn't mean it's the perp's DNA. The glove could be totally not the perp. You know what I mean? The glove could be someone else. It's just the fact that they found DNA and they're going to put it in CODIS, right? Have it in there.
Well, this right here says.
I mean, it's good because if they ever have somebody, they can just cross-reference it and then, you know, see.
That'll break up the case.
Breaks the case.
But this right here does say, according to FBI spokesman News Nation, one of the recovered gloves containing DNA profile appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance photo.
Well, match the gloves. The gloves, how do they know that, though? I mean, the look of the gloves. So what they're saying is it's confusing how that language is, because how would they even know without having those gloves of the suspect?
Yeah.
What I heard it say, the way I'm seeing it is they see the gloves on the surveillance. They find gloves 2 miles away. It looks like the same gloves. Therefore, they find DNA in there. So now they're going to go run it and everything like that to see. But it doesn't mean it's.
No, it could be.
It could be any. It could be work like anyone's glove out there. It could be somebody planning it. It could be someone workers. It could be somebody outside of the road. Because again, it just takes me down to like the suspect. If the glove is, that means the suspect pulled over the side of the road or either threw them out, right? They get out of their car and do it, or was it a passenger on the passenger side that threw it out the window because it was going on the southbound lane?
Where
southbound on Campbell.
Campbell, okay.
So it was going down the hill towards River Road on the right side, and they were literally like right off the road, like within. I mean, it's possible somebody threw them off, but I doubt that the perp that's driving would throw them over his car onto the side, unless he pulled over, got out and ditched things, or got out or pulled over, rolled down the window, and threw the gloves out.
Yeah.
Or the person was a passenger. Passenger.
Yeah, and that is another thing. Did he have accomplices?
Did he have accomplices? That's pretty cool. So this is kind of like a broad view perspective of the road, who comes by, and we just wait and see. One of those. Yeah, mine.
A nicer chair like that. You would think maybe Home Depot would have a nicer one.
I just need one. I think they're less than $50 one of those.
Yeah, one of these little ones at Walmart are $14.99. One of these.
I like the big one though, because it would be like.
Yeah, that one would be more of like a maybe Target. It's a little more upscale. You know what I mean? That one.
I think I'm gonna get myself a hind chair, kind of deal. Like this guy has a chair here, right here, that he's sitting in. Like it's higher up. I think I'm gonna get myself one here that would like match the height here. know where to get it. I think probably Walmart. Probably get a Walmart or Target. I'm gonna look into that. It'd be cool to sit here like this and have a little sit. Get some binoculars, JLR. Singing. Yeah, car singing. Yeah, car singing. Right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not concerned. Yeah, like I don't, like it's not worth coming up here. It's a lunch? That's pretty chill. I think they're gonna be, you know, all hands on deck. I think that's, I appreciate you going in. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like this and every. Really? Where did you hear that? Because they don't like me. I'll tell you that, but I don't care. Yeah. Oh, send me that. Send me that. Yeah. Dude, I don't like it. I've had bad blood with her. Yeah, she's horrible. She is a horrible. She is just like that.
When you come down, I'll just make sure I just have two clean.
Yeah. They're all boss. Yeah. Actually, you should call her out for being ridiculous. And I mean, she's. Hey, real quick.
Yes, sir.
You know Daniel Hernandez, right? Well, he was the one who was shot with Gad.
Hey guys, so we just got a new statement from the FBI that is pretty significant. I'm going to read you the full thing. It says, the gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in a field near the side of the road were packaged up by the Pima County Sheriff's Office and sent overnight on 2/12, and they arrived at the private lab in Florida on 2/13. The FBI received preliminary results yesterday on 2/14 and are awaiting quality control and official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into CODIS, the national database unique to the Bureau. This process typically takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives DNA. Now, this is the important part. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house. Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. The FBI will continue to provide assistance on whatever timeline is provided to us. Let me read you that line again. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. So, and it's kind of a confusing statement, but the way I read it is the glove that was recovered 2 miles from the Guthrie residence is different and appears to match the subject in the surveillance video, and they're now waiting on the full DNA profile, which could be significant because this is another big piece of the puzzle. If they can get a DNA profile off the glove and it matches the DNA profile in the house, and then they can be swabbing people who they suspect could be involved, this could all start to tie things together.
That's what they're saying. And they also found multiple other gloves. That seems to be more like searchers.
looks similar to doorbell video here at the Guthrie home, but it's generically a black pair of latex gloves. They don't know if it's gloves, but they want to run that DNA into a FBI's DNA database on notice to determine if it was.
This would be
Alex Stone. That's Alex Stone. ABC News.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I just want to make sure. That was interesting that the guy said that they could do a computerized version if they took his mask off based on his bone structure. That could be
Whose DNA is in those gloves?
I'm happy
Looking at a number of gloves. Gloves have been found as they have been searching the county for any evidence. Most of those have been ruled out.
So if this guy's been messing with me,
investigators.
he wants me to show you this. I have a minute to see what he says.
I thought these were AI when I first showed them.
A good place for you to try by.
Bring in former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb and criminal defense attorney and Fox News contributor Josh Ritter. Thank you both for joining us this morning. I want to start with you, Josh. You know, no developments really after the SWAT and FBI operation on Friday, 2 miles from Nancy's home. At least 3 people, a male individual and a mother, were among those detained. Another person was detained in a traffic stop. The sheriff, Nanos, told Fox's Matt Finn, quote, "A traffic stop was made on a person of interest near Culver's at River and First. This individual was our person of interest and was cooperative and later released. Every day moving forward, there will be a lot of activity throughout the community. As to what level of activity that is depends on what lead they chase and how it develops." So, Josh, the FBI is still awaiting forensics from this operation, we've learned, but no arrests were made, according to the sheriff. No sign of Nancy was found. Do you think this is a dead end?
I don't think it's a dead end, but it's certainly frustrating for all of us watching. But I think something to keep in mind is this is sometimes how investigations go. Officers will receive leads. They're going to, beat those down to their ultimate end. Sometimes they lead to a dead end. Sometimes it leads to more helpful information moving the investigation forward. This happens all the time in other investigations. We're just not watching it as closely as we're watching this case. But this case does seem to be starting to take on almost an atmosphere of desperation, and it's this ebb and flow of what looks like promising leads, then followed by disappointment and moments of complete silence. So we had that apprehension of another person of interest earlier last week that again led to that person being released. Then we had this apprehension of three or four individuals, I'm not sure on the latest reporting, but certainly one of them was placed in handcuffs in the back of a patrol vehicle. We all thought that was the end of all of this. Then that person is released. The only thing I'll say is that when they make these apprehensions and arrests or detentions, whatever you want to call them, they are also executing warrants on the home, warrants on that individual, seizing their cell phone, the vehicle. All of that is going to lead to far more information, including DNA swabs. So it could be that they're just waiting on some of these results before they make another move, but we're all hopeful.
Mark, what do you make of Alicia's report that they've just launched this aircraft to try to scan for a Bluetooth signal from Nancy's pacemaker? Should that have been done earlier? And also, there's been so much scrutiny on the sheriff's office for using the Florida lab partner that they've been working with for 30 years to process evidence. The sheriff said that the FBI agreed it made a lot of sense to just continue to send the evidence to that lab in Florida because they already had evidence like the family's DNA being processed there, and just made sense to do it all together. But is that wasting time? And what kind of transport are we talking about? Is it, are they FedExing this stuff, or are they flying a plane? What does this look like, and are you concerned about time having been wasted?
Well, first of all, to the helicopter, I thought that was genius to be able to use the helicopter to see if maybe she was in the desert areas. Maybe she slipped out, something happened to where she just left the residence. I thought that was very smart. They would also get a hit if that was in somebody's home nearby as well. So that part is smart. Let's remember, this is a sheriff's case. This is not an FBI case. And so the sheriff is going to do what he thinks is best with the evidence. DNA is not like a TV show where you get the results within no time and you figure out who did it by the end of the show. DNA is it takes time, and there is a place in Florida where you can actually process DNA against familial DNA. This would be anybody that might be related to a suspect. So there really is no perfect way to do it. There also is rapid DNA, where you can take samples of DNA and process it right there on scene and get results much quicker. It's not going to be as precise as what they're doing out there. I think that everybody's going to criticize everything they're doing. Josh brought it up. Look, we're watching all this stuff unfold right before our eyes, and we get a chance to criticize everything that they're doing. But a lot of the things that they are doing are normal things that you would do in a case that does not have 24/7 media coverage.
Josh, to Mark's point, he just said this is a sheriff's case. I asked the president on Friday why the FBI hasn't taken it over. He said to me that, they wanted to hold on to it. The locals wanted to hold on to it for a little while. Here's what he said. Listen to this.
Why hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator? Do you have any updates on how that's going?
Well, they took it over originally. It was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made.
So there have been obviously a lot of articles saying that this is a sheriff's case, legally, unless they request help from the FBI is precluded from, taking part in that investigation. But isn't there also a statute that says, 24 hours after someone goes missing, there's a presumption of, them having crossed state lines, and that gives the FBI authority to assert jurisdiction? How does that factor into all of this, Josh?
I think there's a way for the FBI to get in and to get more involved with something we call a federal hook that allows them to have jurisdiction. Certainly to the point that you've made about this, you could easily make the assumption that she's crossed state lines. Also, the use of the The Nest device is sending information across state lines to Google. I mean, they could get creative about it, but I think more than anything, what's that's highlighting is this subtext that's starting to become troubling about whether or not there's a failure in communication between the FBI and between the sheriffs. It's fine if the sheriffs want to take the lead as long as they're fully involving the FBI at every step of the way, and we're starting to hear rumblings, at least, that that might not be happening to the full extent, which is not what you want to hear in a case like this, where this is still considered a rescue operation. We're still hopeful that we can recover Nancy Guthrie alive, and this infighting, if that is in fact taking place, is certainly not serving that purpose.
Mark, the fact that the FBI has not opted to assert its authority, does that signal to you any doubt potentially on their behalf that this won't be solved?
No, I don't think it signals anything. Look, I know the sheriff very well. And then, I would have kept this case myself as well, but I would have also worked very closely with the FBI. They have a lot of resources and a lot of capability that we just don't have in local law enforcement. And whenever you're dealing with local law enforcement and federal law enforcement, there is naturally a difference in the way we do the, investigations, because we don't have the time and the resources that they do. We move a little bit different pace. You're going to naturally have some friction there. I wish they would do better. It looks like maybe they could do a little bit better on lessening that friction and working together to make sure that they bring a resolution to this case. But in the end, it's the sheriff's case. He's the one running it. They're the ones getting the information. And the FBI, I think, has done a good job of being there to say, hey, let's help. We'll help wherever we can. I don't know, unless they, Josh isn't wrong. They could, reach to find some type of interstate commerce connection. But at the same time, I think that they're trying to be a good partner here. And it is really difficult in a case. I'm going to go back to what I said before. We're all watching live as everything happens. This makes investigating a case a little bit challenging.
Josh, very quick final word, because we only have like 10 seconds left. Do you think the sheriff needs to be holding daily press conferences? Time is slipping by, potentially waning public interest, fewer tips. Is that at all a concern?
I don't know if we need it daily, but we need it more often than we've been getting it. We had like a flood of information to begin with. They were very upfront about what they had, and then that just shut off. And that kind of turning off the tap on information has led to a lot of frustration, a lot of questions, a lot of, frankly, conspiracy surrounding this that's unnecessary.
We hope that it draws to a conclusion soon for everyone involved, and especially for the family. All right, Mark Lamb and Joshua Ritter, thank you both so much for joining Sunday Briefing. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-
No, I just don't know if they're on the I just opened We'll take a look. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Ice chest, water.
Ice chest, water, traffic jam. Ice chest, water. For the media?
Yeah, for the media.
Where at?
go walk down to his tent. You want me to bring you back a cold something? Nothing? Nah, I'm good. Not even a snacker? Nah, I'm good. Thank you.
Who's this guy? What's this guy? Whoa, whoa, oh, he got flowers. He got flowers. Let's go see the flower guy. He stopped and bring flowers. He stopped in the road to deliver flowers. Let's see. Flowers?
Yep.
Who are you with?
Avondale Florist.
Oh, you're florist. More flowers. More flowers delivered. Traffic jam. It's a complete traffic jam out here. Traffic jam. Traffic jam. It's clearing out. Somebody down at the end of the road with a tent, giving out snacks and food. A big tent down there.
Swipe back to the main page.
Thank you very much. Hi, nice talking with you as well.
Back a little bit. A little hot out here.
Imagine if had humidity though.
Do they get humidity out here?
No. We always have like 0% humidity.
Well, y'all, we've been here the majority of the morning. While I haven't been sitting right here, I have been listening and getting some work done around here, but I don't think nothing has happened yet, so I don't think anything is going to happen. I mean, I think they're at 2 o'clock, almost 2. So if something breaks, I'll come back. But I do appreciate y'all watching with me. Y'all have a great day. Bye.